This conference will now be recorded.
Now you can start again.
Oh, yeah. Can I just say ditto? So we'll call this meeting, the legal committee meeting for Thursday, July 28, 2022, scheduled for 2 o'clock. It's now 2:04. We'll call that meeting to order. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Counselor Hildenbrand,
Present.
Counselor Arnold, Counselor Oropesa,
Here.
Counselor Corn.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. On the approval of the agenda, I would like to move that we withdraw item 2 of the agenda due to the fact that the Airport Commission has that on their agenda today at 3 o'clock, and we will wait for their findings or recommendation and see what they have to say. So
Anything else on here we need to?
Hello.
as we get to them, we may want to postpone,
Okay,
but
fair enough, Mr. Chairman.
the only one that I do want to withdraw is item number 2.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the agenda with the withdrawal of item number 2 dealing with meat and hunt. Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. No oppositions, be so moved. Item 2 is withdrawn off. Next item is the approval of the minutes from the legal committee meeting on Thursday, June 23rd, and a special legal committee meeting on Thursday, June 30th, 2022.
Mr. Chair, I move for approval of the minutes for the legal committee for Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, and the special legal committee on Thursday, June 30th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the approval of minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Nothing opposed. Such minutes are approved. First item on the agenda is RAC lease agreement with Mr. Woods and Walker Aviation Museum. If you're so pleased.
All right, item 1 is a revisit from last legal meeting. I didn't have an official acceptance of the lease proposed agreement from Mr. Woods. He and I have had a discussion since then, and he has agreed to the terms. It will be for building number 1776, consisting of 1,798 square feet, more or less, commencing on August 1st and then running through July 31, 2023 for 1 total year. The rent amount is increased from $2,592 a year to $4,045.50 a year. And this building is being used at this current time for personal storage.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was looking for something. What was the previous lease amount?
$2,592 a year.
And we're up to 4,000?
Yes, we moved from $1.44 per square foot to $2.25 a square foot.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so it appears to me, and I know we don't have like buildings to compare because this is,
I'll let him know. Thank you.
I know what this building looks like because I've been inside it.
Sure.
And it's just suitable for storage. It has, if I recall correctly, it doesn't have any power or anything.
It has power. There's a water hose on one end of the building.
Does
But
it work?
Yeah.
So I'm just concerned, Mr. Chairman, that we're getting these leases in a few at a time. And I'm not sure, nobody's explained to me what the rates are going to be for like buildings. I mean, we did a bunch of T hangers and they were all consistent with their neighbors.
Right.
Last time. And we need to, we, city council members, need to wrestle with this. And I know there's a supposed communication from the FAA that we're not charging market rates, whatever that is. And I'm just getting tired of this hodgepodge coming in here a piece at a time. I know an aircraft hangar should be at least different than an office building or a school. We approved that the other day, which was not really an approval. It was just an extension with some adjustments based on the contract. I mean, I understand that, but is there a matrix that you use to come up with these figures?
So what I did is I utilized the current CPI from the last time that they were in. And then I also countered it against the actual T hangars. The T hangars are electric with water. This is electric with water. However, this building is in a little bit more of a dilapidated condition than the T hangars are. So that's how I comparatively move these together so that I stay where the tenants are being equally evaluated for condition of building.
May I make a suggestion to Councilor Quan?
Sure.
For clarification, so that we will have a better understanding of these leases that we have to go through. Is there a master lease schedule of every lease that's out there?
Yes, sir.
I think that would be appropriate to be given to us to see in advance so that we have an advanced idea of what we're going to be looking at, so that we see these leases, we see them by who it is, we see what the square footage is, what the current rate is, and how that's been taken into effect, and when that lease renewal is due. Is that item 7 is available? I'd like to see that, or maybe to the full council.
Sure.
Even so,
Well,
that we're all aware, we're trying to make decisions, and we're only getting little pieces. I think that's what Councilor Corn is saying. We're getting little pieces at a time, and we're tired of getting little pieces at a time.
yeah,
So we want the big picture,
well,
and then we can attack it.
I understand the CPI, which is extremely high, 9% plus.
Yes.
It's what we did with Nancy Lopez. And
Right.
I had a preview of their lease and their contract and the extension, and it was pretty clear to me what had to happen. I didn't know at that time it was 9%, but that's what it is. And so, I don't know, it just looked like we got a hodgepodge. And to my knowledge, not all of these leases have a CPI clause in it.
Well, that should be able to be known to us when we should know what the lease renewal terms are on this master list. I would assume
The list states whether there's a CPI and at what term.
what the terms are for the renewal are.
On an annual, we don't put a CPI clause in because it's being addressed every year.
Okay.
I think I might give you some more insight, and all the council members more insight as to
Well,
what is taking place and when it will take place. And I think
I think when we get the information in front of us, and if you elect to bring it to this
we'll bring
committee,
it back to this committee.
or if I elect to take it to finance, whatever the case may be, I mean, the CPI is a float index,
That's the break-even numbers, all that is. So
but it's still a floating number, so we
Right.
can't zero in on that particular thing, but we need to look at the other mitigating circumstances and figure out how to make a potato out of this mashed potatoes that we've got.
So, Mr. Neal, I want to request that that be done to us, please.
Can we also look at when you start comparing the buildings, the conditions of one building compared to the other one, and see if you take that into consideration as well when you start charging?
Sure. We do classify our spaces by A, B, or C condition. Class A is comparative to ILEA or Sidney Gutierrez, where they're high functioning buildings with very little maintenance required, and with that being said, the maintenance repairs on those are a little bit more significant when we come to them. If it's a building that we don't see that we're going to put a lot of effort into because it's reaching its end of life, we classify them as Class C space. I would say that Thurston Woods is between Class C and B right now because it does have electrical. It is dry and is secured. It's in a secured environment.
I don't know how you get it up to B, because I've been there, Mr. Chairman, years ago, and I'm sure it is not improved.
Well, I think that we can get these items that we're requesting so that we can have more knowledge and look at them in the future. We as counselors will be more prepared when we come into this meeting with probably less questions.
Yes.
So
Uh,
trying to make it a little more efficient government.
Yes.
Yeah, well, and we may choose to dove into that and
Yeah.
add a D or an E to the matrix. I mean,
So
I don't know.
do I have a motion? On.
Oh, you're going to give it to me?
Yes, sir.
After I've done all that?
Yeah.
You're going to make it so I can't vote
Well,
no,
you got
aren't
the
you?
next one.
All right, Mr. Chairman, reluctantly, I've moved to approve the lease at the Roswell Industrial Air Center for Thurston Woods, Building 1776 as proposed.
I have a second.
I'll second it.
You will say.
For the record, Counselor Arnold came on at 2:10.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Welcome, Counselor Arnold.
Hi, everyone.
So, okay,
Do we have discussion?
for the discussion.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Those opposed, same. Being no opposition, so motion passes. Next item, Walker Aviation Museum.
Counselor, can you clarify, is that going to consent or full city council?
Consent. So thank you. I don't want to discuss it again.
Well, we're going to discuss it again, but just not right now.
Okay, Walker Aviation, please.
The Walker Aviation Museum is requesting a portion of our terminal building located in the lower level across from our cafe, consisting of 930 square feet more or less. They're venturing into a 1-year lease, 12-month term. Their current rate is $1,896 per year, and they have agreed to move up to $3,906 annually, with 12 monthly installments of $325.50.
I'm
Going to
sorry.
325?
$325.50 monthly,
Oh, yeah. What's the square footage?
$4.20.
Was it?
It was $2.04.
204 square foot. 1896 was going to 420.
Quite a jump. And Mr. Chairman, while we're on this, before you have a motion, I note in the list we're going to go through on the ICIP that there is lots of requests in here for improvement to the terminal, including a design we'll get to in a little bit. So is this considered a Class A building in your matrix?
And this does
Looking
include
at the-
all utilities and all maintenance for them.
Yeah, well,
We provide all their maintenance.
Yes.
yeah, I got it, but anyway, is this mine? Or yours?
It's your turn this time.
I guess it's my turn unless Counselor Arnold wants to jump in.
Yeah. Here's your chance to get on,
You're good.
get in the minutes.
We're looking for a motion.
Let me make the motion. Mr. Chair, I move that legal committee consider recommending approval of an expenditure of $725,199 $99, including GRT for design and construction.
No.
Am I on the wrong
Let's go
one?
back to the lease.
Yeah, we're on the lease. You jumped ahead.
You jumped ahead, and I don't blame you. You want me to do it and you can look at, all right.
Oh, okay.
Item B.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And we won't put it on the consent agenda. See, that's what happens. You got to instead of paper. You know, you always get.
I was trying to impress. What can I say?
Fair enough.
See if I can get. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Here it is.
Page 10. Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that this committee consider recommended approval to authorize Walker Aviation Museum to enter into a lease for a portion of building number one, for a portion of building number one consisting of 930 square feet, more or less, of space located in the Roswell Air Center for the purpose of museum operations.
On the consent agenda.
On the consent agenda. Thank you.
On consent agenda, I am told.
Advised. Okay.
Christina, you want a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Any further discussion? There being none, all those signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, the same. There being none, so motion passes. And we've withdrawn item 2 from the agenda. So now we have item 3, which is the Armstrong task order for the F ramp rehabilitation phase 2. Who is going to speak about that?
I think I jumped the gun and already made the motion.
Yeah. Is it yours, Mr. Christopher, or
Now, but
where is Mr. Stark?
he is doing the AAC.
Oh, that's right. They've got a 3:00 meeting out there.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I mean,
No, skip that. Skip it. You moved it from the agenda.
okay, so is this the aprons?
Yeah.
Why it says terminal apron? Does it the terminal aprons?
The title of the, on the thing is the ramp rehabilitation phase.
Okay, yes, this is, okay, so yeah, this will be the, it's an EFP grant. What essentially happens is that they're gonna redo all the ramp space. I think it's broken up into 3 sections. I think we're going into phase 2. Essentially what it is there's the amount of the $3,178,900 for design and construction. But the art expenditure is $60,000. If I'm reading this correct, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was on. But what I'm thinking is that this is MAP money is given by the FAA, but the city has to commit the $725 for engineering services.
Just Mr. Chair, if I may help. So as stated, the FAA award for the grant, and as you can see the number there, every year we get an appropriation allocated to the Air Center. So the amount of the actual award is 3.1. However, at this time, they're only seeking authorization for task order F for Armstrong in the amount of $725,199. Now, in our policy, procurement policy, it doesn't require anything over 60,000 requires committee and council authorization. So this task order is before you for consideration and recommendation to proceed forward with that task order to rehabilitate the terminal and the general aviation aprons. And this would be, as we stated, phase 2 of the project.
Right. And so, and those are all grant money, so it doesn't coming out, it's already in the budget for
That is correct. That's one of those projects that's listed in our capital.
the outlay budget.
That's right.
So those funds have already been allocated. And so,
What we got to do is long spend the money, it looks like, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, I think all we got to do is just sign the check. And
And of course, this is all reimbursement based, so
Yep.
if approved, we'll proceed forward with the project and then we manage.
let me ask you on that grant, is that a spender or what is it?
It is specific for this project, so.
It's specific, it's related only to this project?
That's right, that's right. When we applied every year, we have a list, all airports have a list of that they work with the FAA on specific projects. They get funding, dedicated funding,
Okay.
and it's specific for that purpose.
Okay. Any other questions? I have a motion in it. There are no further questions.
Mr. Chair, this is enterprise fund.
Yes, this will be out of the Air Center Enterprise Fund.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt task order F ramp rehabilitation phase 2 for the expenditure of $725,199.99 out of the airport enterprise fund.
Can we put that on the consent? Does it have to have full vote by council?
You can put it on the consent agenda.
Let's talk about it.
Okay. Without that.
Yes.
Second.
A second, I have a motion and a second for the task force F ramp phase 2. Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed and the same. There being none opposed, the motion passes. Next item on the agenda is the Roswell Air Center capital projects list.
There you go.
We got a big print. Thank you.
Yeah. All rise. I'll admit it. Okay, who's in charge of giving us a rundown on this?
Good. Thank you for having me here today, Mr. Chairman, meeting members of council. I'm here to present a request to have you rank and review the ICIP projects for the Roswell Air Center. ICIP stands for Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. It's something the city does yearly, and it's going to go towards the state's 2024 to 2028 capital improvement plan. If we asked all the departments to put together their list of capital projects, and they'll have that to work off throughout the year, or as they can knock them off the list. But what we're asking you to do is rank the top 1 to 3 that you would like to move forward to the next city council meeting or special city council meeting. Sorry, you can go ahead for this one. Where we're going to pare it down to a shorter list that will be submitted to the state DFA on August 19th. It's usually a month or two later, but they moved it up ahead because the bipartisan infrastructure law comes out in August. We've been a little compressed this time. And so once it goes through city council and we submit it to the state, it's going to be seen by legislature, other funders. It'll be available for public view. And that's what a lot of our grant money comes from. And we're looking on that one. And this is the funding process. I won't go through all of them, but it gives you an idea of the different opportunities that come about through the year. There's the Water Trust Board, New Mexico DOT, CDBG, the state tax bond sales are in June and September. And it's just the list. And so as we make the plan and it's there available and they can reference it. And that way as these come up, they can hopefully give us money for them. Maybe on the next one. And so everything's been divided by the different committees that they're umbrellaed under. We've already done every other one. So this will be the final one. And thankfully it's just one that you will have to review. And there's the schedule. So checked off all the previous ones. Last one, we're going to do finance. I think we review the they preview the final list before it goes to city council. And there's a example of different infrastructure, and you can see each one of those was 2 different projects that were ranked. Gives an idea of the different ones that were chosen, the amounts, and I think that's about it. If you're ready to, and then the airport and Mr. Fuentes are here to answer questions as well.
Thank you.
So, quick question.
Okay.
I don't know if you can answer this or not. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. The ranking I see on that list, is that done by the committee?
This one here?
Yes.
Yes, it was under the infrastructure committee.
Well, I see committee recommendation 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes.
Yes, we gave them the big list. So like what you have there has multiple projects on it. And then the 1, 2 are ultimately what that committee chose to pare down to the 2 that are going to go before council before then you will choose to pare it down even
So
further.
1, 2, 3, 4. They got 4 number 1 projects on there.
The item numbers on the side are going towards the master list that we're compiling. So we keep adding as we go through the committees. So 9, 10 come from general services, 10, 11, but there's still the 2, those were the rankings at
I don't know.
Is the idea you choose a 1 and a 2? Is that the idea?
Yes.
I mean, at some point.
If I may help with a little bit of the clarification. So what you're seeing here is each of the departments. For example, we look at the streets first. They rank the top 2 projects for that department. They rank the top 2 for water, wastewater, and sanitation. So that will be compiled along with all the other committees and the recommended project. Yesterday, we did general services. And in general services, as you saw, they have various departments. Some departments included 1, some departments included 4. So you're gonna see a longer list, probably over 35 projects that will then be presented at a city council, either part of the regular meeting or special meeting, where we will be asking the city council to, in essence, rank the top 10 that we will then use for our legislative requests and other uses for funding. But that's what you've seen here is the example of the long list from each of those departments. They are recommending those top 2 to go before the city council.
It'll be a long meeting when we get there.
Yes, sir.
Well,
And we still got to go through this one. This is short lived compared to what we're going to be looking at.
But the good thing about this one is it's already ranked. If I understand it correctly, what to read.
that's,
That is correct, Mr. Chair, committee members. Yesterday, as an example with the general services, some of the departments were asked, what are your top 3 projects? And as you can see in that list, and Steve has a copy of the list, the department has already made a recommendation of top 3. Now, it could, he'll discuss those top 3 projects, and it gives the committee an opportunity to endorse those projects or select any of the other projects that is on the list.
Okay, got it.
I have something for you, Counselor. Under section 2.41 of Finance Committee,
Okay,
it says, Finance Committee shall review and consider city finances, the city manager's proposed budget, amendments to adopted budgets, and the financial aspects of the infrastructure capital improvements plan. So in what phase are we in that, as you being the chair of the Finance Committee?
well, according to that list,
Because I'm not sure, are we following proper protocols, my question?
Mr. Chair, councilors, I would say yes, we are. At this juncture, we are putting together the projects that we are going to entertain. The next leg of this should be the conversation with Finance Committee as to,
Hey, we'll get the final ranking.
they'll get the final ranking as to all the lists down there. So this whole exercise we do now is to shorten that list because there's a ton of items out there.
Yeah.
It shortens the list down, and it helps create the document that goes on for the legislative request. So, and then, of course, the Finance Committee, I would say the Finance Committee's responsibility on this is to determine if we're going to seek full funding or partial funding of those projects as well too, because we can allocate some of our funds to that. So if it's a $500,000 project, or if you say the city's going to cover 200,000 of this, we're asking for $300,000 from the legislature.
Yeah, okay.
And
I just want to make sure we're following proper protocol.
And Mr. Chair, I would add that at this time, there's really no financial, commitment that we're asking at this level with the committee right now. It's just a matter of ranking.
Okay.
Well, I will add that in the General Services Committee, there will be some notes that you will see in the list that came out of that committee that they're making a recommendation of where some funding could come for some of those projects. But also that will come back to the Finance Committee. It will come back to all. But this list will help us to be able to present it to the state.
Okay.
And then again, when we go to the legislative, if we submit a project, one of the questions they will ask is this project in the ICIP? And if we're going to give them the ICIP number. And we go through the whole process. But this is only the beginning phase. And as Amanda showed the funding cycle, that's where we're starting that funding cycle. Making sure these projects are making it to the state's database because we're going to be asking for state funding on some of them. But it's only the first step.
Would you go back to what date do they have to be turned, that has to be turned in to the state by when?
Go ahead. The date for submittal to the state one. As you
There we
can
are.
see there is the August 19th. And
Wow, that's a short time
we're
frame.
going to need another special meeting.
Yeah. To get that, because that's got to be on the next city council meeting.
In the past, Chair, committee members, in the past, either we've held these special meetings for the city council.
I don't want to hold special meetings. I want to get these things knocked out in our normal course of business.
Sure.
I'm not complaining, but we just meeting after meeting after meeting. And that takes your staff's time. It takes everybody's time. So I'm not in favor of a special meeting.
Okay.
Well, we're
And
gonna have
I'm
to-
just one voice out of 10.
We got to have a special finance, Mr. Chairman.
But I guess what I'm saying is this should have been brought to our attention a long time ago.
I don't disagree with that.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Don't look at me. I've been here just like you. One of these guys been here a long time.
well, I don't like these things being thrown on to us at the last moment, no matter what it is.
Well,
I just don't like it.
Oh, you're right.
Mr. Chair and
And I don't want to be asking all the time either.
Mr. Chair,
It
committee,
should come forth to us.
if I would add, we go a couple of slides forward. So as you can see, that was part of the process. The same process, same information was presented to finance back in July 7th. And so it's just part of the cycle of what we're.
I get it, but I want you to hear what I'm telling you.
Sure.
I want the cycle changed so that we're not at the last minute making these discussions.
move it up.
Mr. Chair, there is no problem with changing the cycle.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that gives plenty of opportunity to air these things out in front of the public to see what is being recommended and not making it a last minute and then expecting the public to show up at a special meeting.
Very comfortable with changing the cycle.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on that note, I don't know exactly how full, but our regular scheduled finance committee for the first week of September is going to be pretty full.
We got to have this done by August 19th or whatever. It's turned into the state on the 19th.
I understand, but we've got a little window, very narrow window of opportunity, but it may entail, well, we could do one or two things. And we've already got a special meeting set that we were going to spend some time on the enterprise funds. And Mr. Chairman, we're talking about enterprise funds, and Councilor Payson may understand them, but I know you and I don't understand them.
We're
And
getting
the
into
mayor
the
may or may not understand them. I mean, I know the basics of it, that you pay, when you pay your water bill, so much of that money goes to the water fund. So much money, and I'm broad brush, goes into the solid waste. So much of it goes into the out here on the end of 19th Street.
wastewater treatment.
Wastewater. I mean, I understand the basic principle involved, but we need to sit down and really spend some time. And that was the reason for the meeting, I believe, on the 19th. I'll have my calendar here. And then we've got this. So we either, one, have another special meeting.
We've got to have a special meeting, so that's all of these items that are coming from all of these other committees
Right,
are going to go through, correct?
correct.
And then we got to have a special council meeting.
Mr. Chair, the committee, so let me share with you what in the past, let me just give you an example. Because this list, again, that's why we listed, we had to speed up at least 30 days because of the way the state changed their deadline. We used to be able to submit this list to the state in September. They moved it to August 19th. So basically, every community in the state of New Mexico is submitting this list to the state. And right now, it's just a list of what our priority projects are. At this time, we're really not going into too much detail as far as where we're getting each project funded. And there will be another opportunity to come back to start talking about specific projects and how we proceed forward with funding. So I just wanted to make that very clear because I'm not sure, even if we have a special meeting, for example, with finance, we're not going to, at this time, we're not really focusing on the funding. So I say that just because for clarification for my own purpose, because that's not how communities, we're right now with the process that we are kind of been trained on, in the sense, give us a list of projects, submit it to the state database, and then start talking about how you tackle each of these projects for funding sources. So I just want to bring that up.
If I understand correctly, we used to have till September to get this list and the state moved it back.
Yes.
So they're partly the problem. I'm not going to point blame at anybody, but that's part of it.
And unfortunately, this was the year when they moved it to August.
Okay, all right, I get it. And, because this is a pretty big list for one part of the city. And looking at that other list, there's some real high priority things on there that I think, depending on what we find out, you come back to the infrastructure committee. I mean, you know, the $9,000 to redo the water tanks up there on 6 Mile Hill. If that sucker goes down, we're out of business.
That's right.
It's that simple.
And let me share that as an example, because that's a perfect example, Councilor, because I had a conversation this morning with Lorenzo and Lewis about moving forward this year with ICIP and capital project. We talked about that specific project because of the amount of money. And right now, as we're going into the new cycle for legislative, water trust board, all of these funding agencies, that's part of what we need, because if we were to apply, for example, to the water trust board for this project, one of the questions they will ask is it in your ICIP? So we want to have it in the ICIP. But like I said, at this time, we're not asking the committee or council to say, authorize us to go after that money. That still requires specific council action to authorize that action to proceed forward. But it is part of the process. You are correct.
So this is a two-step dance. We're going to prioritize this stuff the way it's designed right now. And I'm not going to get in the weeds about how it's decided, infrastructure, legal, finance, all that stuff. Okay, I don't care about that. But what you're saying is that we need to prioritize this stuff, and it needs to be on the ICIP list to be able to go out and get grants and other funding sources. And then we'll have another opportunity to say, these are of such high importance that we're going to go to our legislative delegation and ask for these.
Yeah.
So it's a two-step dance.
That's correct. There will be an opportunity as we get closer to the legislative session for the council, the mayor and the council to let us know what are your top projects that you want to seek legislative money for.
And when do we need to make that
Well,
decision?
and that usually happens in November and December, right before the session starts, so that we can submit those projects to a legislature. I mean, we are part of the COG, and will ask us, what are your top 5 projects?
Well, we got to go help get the COG in line
Right.
with our desires. And so, Mr. Mayor, I don't know when you're thinking about, we may need to get this on the final approval list at our meeting in October, so we don't run out of time. Because you know, and I know when we were in the legislature, earlier disclosure on this stuff made a lot of difference to you and I when we were voting in Santa Fe.
You know, I can look at the projects that we're talking about, and these are all really very strong projects, but, you know, the one thing I would just say, you know, is that sometimes it just seems like in the legislature, they'll have somebody's going to have, I would call it a green project, but, you know, just somebody's going to have a list of those that might be out there. If it's not on the ice, we don't have a project on the ICFP.
It's not considered.
We're not considered. And so I would just say, you know, when I look at that, I see all this stuff has to be done. It's a lot higher priority, but, you know, I wouldn't mind seeing if we had something, we could put something on recycling up there, just to have something of a title out there that we could, if someone has some recycling money out there that we could try to get to really start recycling again in our community. But, you know, I mean, that, all I'm saying is you guys look at this and think about it, but I mean, this is all nuts and bolts, and we need nuts and bolts real bad. I mean, that's very, very important. But, you know, if somebody puts a pot out there for so much money that's green, then all I'm going to say, when you look at the environment we're in right now, then we better have a green project out there somewhere that we can use. Or,
No, and you and I know
But-
that every legislature has its own personality,
that's right.
and they can jump up and say, we're not going to fund anything but tech, whatever that is. Maybe infrastructure will rise to the top, maybe green things will rise to the top, you don't know. And we won't know that until the session's over.
You gotta have something in there just in case.
No, I agree.
Council President.
Well, you know, if I remember correctly, maybe it was last year or the year before, just because these projects come to the city council, recommended to city council, doesn't mean that that are the only ones that we are going to consider. Because there may be another project that somebody says, you know, we didn't discuss this, but I would like to have this on the ICIP. The new park, for instance, was a good example. That was never discussed in the committees. It just came out at the council level that they wanted, I think it was Councilor Foster, if I'm not mistaken, wanted that particular project on the list. And the way we did it, according to Joe, we had markers. I think every councilor had 10 markers and all the projects were listed. And so we went and put however many markers we wanted on each project that we wanted. And I think the top 5 with the most markers were the ones that were included.
Mr. Chair, councilors, the idea for the ICIP is that we have to have the top 5 present to our legislators, but we can make a list of however many other projects are on there. And so that Councilor Pace is correct in how that kind of transpired. The challenge has always been, and we'll do it any way that the council wishes to try to walk through that. We have to narrow it down for that top 5. Generally, those are very effective, especially when they're infrastructure projects, to get them through the legislature. But then there are always these other projects that the legislators believe would be good for us as well too. So that's where they look through the other 40 to 50 of them as well.
Yeah, your ICI or your list, the general list is a stack of paper that much, and we're trying to get 4 or 5 of them funded.
Right.
And then a particular legislature says, oh, this is in my district, this would be good. Boom, and all of a sudden it gets on their list as number 1.
Yeah, I get it.
You never did that, did you?
No.
No, I didn't either. I won't admit to it anyway.
So these are staff recommendations.
Yeah.
Chair, so the list that's before you is a list of all of those projects from the Air Center. And you will note on the second column, rank, those of you have a 1, 2, and a 3. Those projects were ranked by staff as a recommendation for the committee to submit forward in the ICIP. As I stated earlier, I mean, if you agree with those recommendations, you can endorse them. Or if you want to at least change any of them, you may do so as well.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Ms. Arnold would like to say something.
Ms. Arnold.
Yes, so I wanted to point out that while I agree with you that being a little more proactive and possibly starting in May is a great idea, I actually feel very comfortable with this process because I have been to the 3 of the last 4 meetings where this was presented, and so I kind of get the concept behind it and did feel like it was covered to a good extent. However, I'm also going to agree with Councilman Corn on the fact that in order to lobby, I think a little more time and being proactive in getting out there and doing a little bit of a bigger push sooner rather than later is definitely a solid idea for us to take advantage of the opportunity of getting more funding for our community. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there, saying that I agree with you, gentlemen, but I also I do feel like in the amount of time that they have presented it, I'm pretty abreast on what it is. I think that analyzing what should go on there would require more time and definitely needs to be considered as well. So that was kind of all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councilor. Anything else?
Okay, I guess we better stick through this list.
Well, or do you want to have discussion on this list? Because I see top three items on this list. One being the terminal construction expansion for 3 million. Do you agree with that? The other item is item number 2 on the list, which happens to be item number 12, but rank number 2 is the phase 1 14-inch water line for $42 million on
On the southeast portion of
the
the airport.
southeast corner.
Yeah.
And then item number 3 is a aircraft rescue and firefighting training facility for $2.5 million.
Well,
Or there are other items, construct large hangars, which you see more for 25 million. Is there, I thought I saw I think I saw somewhere, the Rub hangar that we own, correct? For $1 million, is that more important?
I would say no, according to staff.
well, Mr. Chairman,
Or have questions of why that's not as important?
and we got
Because
this,
it's a piece of equipment or a building that we've paid for, correct? And it's just sitting.
Mr. Chair, on that project specifically on the RUB, it is on our capital carryover project list.
It is.
It is already there and it's already been allocated. So that's one of the reasons why, I mean, it is a ongoing project.
Right.
But it's not ranked as a priority project there because we already have it on the carryover project list with an allocation of $1 million
On capital project out too.
for this year.
Okay.
so basically we can just line out this request, is that what you're saying?
You mean,
$1 million right here.
that RUB hangar, that is our project and that's included already in the budget. The council already approved that as part of the long list of capital projects for this fiscal year. It was in our budget, working on it last year.
It was in 22, was it not?
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, councilors, I guess the one thing about ever lining those out is that if we're ever successful with any federal dollars that go through the state, it has to be on the ICIP.
Right.
If it's state dollars, it has to go through there. So we get very uncomfortable with actually taking them off. We're just going to lower the priority on them so they kind of remain there. Because if we can get additional funding for whatever that reason is, then we'll take the dollars that we would have had spent on there of our dollars and we'll move them to another worthwhile project as well too. So I would just recommend that if you wish to strike it out, there's not a problem with that. But if that is something that triggers the interest of our legislators or federals through the state funds, you never want to give up that opportunity if you can keep it.
Well, I wasn't going to line up the master list.
Yes.
But for our discussion, trying to get back on track because we still have an education day, which is very important. Don't get me wrong. It's time well spent, in my opinion. But we've got 2 lists, a yellow list and a green list.
I would say, Counselor, that based upon that interpretation, that project does not have to go to the top. Please leave it on the main list. We're all good. So,
okay. So the reconstruction of number 26 on the list of taxiway Alpha to taxiway Charlie, from Alpha to hotel, there's already been some work done on it. Now, I'm telling you, that strip of taxiway has been needing rehab for 20 years.
yeah, and that, I would say, Mr. Chair and Counselors, on the taxiways and everything, we utilize a lot of federal funding for those. But there's more than enough work out there on those taxiways than we have funding in order to get through that. So we do also try to do design on those projects, first year, second year's construction.
Okay. So, and Mr. Chairman, if I'm taking too much time, just cut me off. So on item 22, fiber network for the entire airport, which I think is a pretty big item because all those businesses out there would just love us to death if they could get decent internet connection. And that's just, and the way business is done, you do everything over the internet. That's the way it is. Nobody, and that's the reason why the post office is going broke partly. So where is that in our matrix? Is that, and I assume, I'm going to make an assumption, is that Plateau is the contract. I don't know that.
I believe we utilize Plateau quite a bit. And of course, what we're talking about is we can get, not getting fiber through the air center, directly, but getting onto the air center property as well too. So it connects all of our systems. So that would, once it gets onto the property line, that becomes our responsibility to some level. That doesn't mean that Plateau doesn't do the work.
Well, okay, but I happen to know for a fact that there is a fiber network, unless it's been abandoned, over on the campus.
I would say there is. Yep, I would agree.
And so, I mean, we'll get in the weeds another time, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking through. So basically for our discussion, leave the green stuff on the master list. And let's have a discussion on the yellow things. That'll make you see the little things.
Well, I think the green is just the total. That's all it is.
Well, but it's such a low priority.
It's just a low priority on the list. It's on the green to yellow list. He just used green color coding to show you the total.
Well, I got it.
I understand that's accounting rule.
Well, but that's an accounting rule? Okay.
I like things, but you.
I know. Well, but I'm just using that to differentiate item 1 through 13 versus 14 through 26.
Okay.
So I would suggest that we concentrate on items 1 through 13 based on overall staff desires. And then if you just want to cut it down to the 3 they have listed, because there's a whole bunch of this stuff that I really want to get dug into, but I'm going to try to refrain. So let's start with number 1 and see what this $3 million estimate is.
I'm going to ask Shmeeb if he's in agreement with this ranking. Are you in agreement with this ranking?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, I believe this is based.
You're in charge, that's why I said it.
Yeah, well, this is based upon our professionals out here, center and their determination. I would say that what we'll find as you consider those is that you may know a little bit more about what we're trying to accomplish than even just the air center proper or any of our departments. So I'm comfortable with the recommendations as provided. There's not a project on there that I would call not worth any discussion. The challenge is that when is it ready to go and how is it ready to go? So I'm comfortable with the list. And I would just say it's really the conversation is to you will see things a little bit differently than my staff does as to when the project should be triggered for what reason.
I got it. Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I do have a question for Mr. Fuentes. I wanted to confirm, did you say that eventually, I guess at the next meeting, we will actually have to select 2 of these 8? The council will select 2 of these 8 to send to Santa Fe? Can you confirm?
Mr. Chair, Councilor, no. So the process that we've been following is that as we put together all of this, a long list of projects, that long list of projects that each of the committees ranked will be presented to the city council. Councilor Oropesa was sharing with you all the process we were following last year, which was printing this list of all of the projects that were recommended, putting them on big sheets of paper, putting them on the wall, and then giving councilors, for example, 5 dots or 10 dots, and then the councilors would go in and they would put their dots on each of those projects that they feel are their priority projects. At the end of that process, we will count how many dots were each of the projects. The projects with the most dots would then be the ones that would be listed 1 through 5 or 1 to 10. Okay. Every project that, even those projects that did not get a dot, however, they still made it into the ICIP list, but they will be below the top ranked projects.
Okay.
Maybe,
all right.
Maybe it would be handy, instead of calling included in the ICIP list, the master list. And that way it's easier for everybody to go, okay, these are the top priorities. but everything else goes on the master. And that would help focus.
But you do have the long list, or we call the long list, a short list at the top 5.
Okay.
The short list was 25, 15 or
about 40 on the long or the short list.
the short list, yeah. And then the long list was like 300 and something.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, and it continues to grow.
Yep.
And Mr. Chair, and that is correct. As you will see, when we present this list to the council, you're going to see probably over 30 projects that you still have to deal with. And that's the short list, and then it goes short.
Mr. Chairman, don't mind?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
By executive order, I would move that we give each counselor 10 dots to put on that sheet, and the mayor, of course, gets 100. I think that would be the let's do it. Now, if that's not acceptable, everybody will put $2 on the table. We'll go around here and we'll have enough. We can get 22 chances tomorrow night to see if we can fund this list.
The whole list.
Yeah. And if we, if it has to work out that way, I mean, the mayor, of course, would be shared with all.
But that's not a guarantee.
I'll arm wrestle it for my share.
You make that motion next council meeting and see how many dots you get. I'm okay with that.
All right, so how do you want to proceed on the 1 through 13?
Well, I think what we're asking for is, the question is, set this list as it's ranked by staff.
Well,
Or do you-
At least the top 3.
well, I'd like to have some discussion on
I'm trying to understand what the airport has to do with the legal committee. I'm trying to understand that to begin with.
well, because we do all our leases, I guess.
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand that this is more of an infrastructural project.
Well, they had to give us something to do today, Mr.
Parker gives us enough to do.
Well, I'm just trying to be nice and get along.
I know you're trying to split this work up. I'm still trying to understand what legal has to do with
All right,
some of it.
well, we got it, so let's figure out. I'll start out.
Okay.
This number 1, and I've got questions on every one of these things right here.
Okay,
But I'm going to keep it to the first 3
please.
unless we throw a wrench in it and we're looking for a number 3 or a replacement for number 2. But item 1, who's ready to talk about the terminal? We're in desperate need for an expansion of that facility because there are times when you're fixing to get on a flight and there's not any room in the holding area after you go through security. And when we first started this deal, there weren't even any restrooms in there, so you had to leave the secure environment to go, if you had to go use the bathroom, and then you had to go back through security again. And so we got that fixed. Now we need a little more room, and actually we need to probably double the size you got. But I want to know what your all's thoughts were coming up with this $3 million figure. It says design.
So the $3 million was the design to go ahead and do that. What's essentially is it's doubling the size of the passenger service. We try to modify the front and the back, and then the luggage. So how it's, the engineers haven't designed it yet, but we need to expand the baggage center to where it's not as cramped. And so, and then from the rental car place, we want to move that out. So we move the rental cars away from the terminal. That's the goal.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're going to do is you're going to take both wings and expand them out. And the wing on the most west side, because it kind of sits funny, would be expanded to do 2 things. Increase the passenger weight area inside the secure area.
That would be to the south. So like essentially when you walk in the main entrance of the terminal, that area goes out, and then we take that, we double the size of that, pushing it more out towards the ramp.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of it like that. And then but you're going to expand further across the drive lane, if you will.
Of the rental.
But you said you wanted to expand the baggage area.
Right.
Is it the baggage claim area or the TSA area, which is another bottleneck?
The current design that we were working on, and they could probably do that, is we're focusing more on increasing the passenger service, moving the rental cars out so we can expand the baggage claim area. And then if we did expand, because we got the parking going on already on a separate subject, but if we, with the baggage scanner, we're probably okay with the design. But if we started, we're doing this, and yeah, we could expand that to include the TSA area as well. The TSA baggage screen area, the TSA area is already going to be doubled over the plan.
Okay. Well, I didn't have any details, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. I mean, I knew that we're in desperate need to expand just about every aspect, including the offices upstairs. You know, I mean, you guys are literally sitting on each other, right? And with TSA requirements, we did a new position out there to help with that criteria. And I don't know where they're going to sit. I guess you can let them sit on the staircase.
In the
Okay.
security section, we got room for one more, and then 2 admins if we get them.
Okay. Well, that's gonna, didn't want to trip over the stairs to right down the elevator. And so you think best minds saying all this design work is going to take $2 million?
It depends on how detailed we want the design, but what I've learned here is the engineering does run a little bit higher than more market projections. So I would rather say 3 million and then come in at 2.5 than.
So you're talking about architectural drawings and engineering review.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm happy with that explanation, but I still got a ton of questions, Mr. Chairman. Let's move down to item number 2, item 12, your all's ranking of number 2, which is Southeastern Development Phase 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And Phase 1 is a 14-inch water line for 1.8, call it 1.9 million. That's close enough. I'll round up. I know you accountants hate that. I got a story to share with you about you accountants. But I've got a $42,000 figure here on the total project, so that would be.
Counselor,
Huh?
2 million.
42 million.
Right, you said 42,000.
Oh, well, I marked it, so sorry, Mr. Chairman, I made a problem for myself. So this 42,000 is to do phase 1, 2, and 3, of which what we're interested in right now is the $1.9 million for phase 1. I didn't see this in our stuff of what 1, 2, and 3 was supposed to look like.
So, and my understanding on this is the 1.9 would be the phase 1 cost, and then the phase 2 and 3 would be the difference of the 42 million.
I understand, but I don't understand what 1, 2, and 3 represent. I got an idea that phase 1 is going out there and doing whatever engineering so you can find where you want to place it, put it in the ground.
Mr. Chair, councilors, phase 1 of that water line at the 1.7 is already covered with the money that the mayor was able to receive, that $5 million that came through the Chavez County as the fiscal agent. So that was the portion that remained out there, but because we had moved 3 million of that to the other project with the Ascent, that left that remaining money over there. So that, while it gets called a phase 1 project, it is to get that water line from the water tanks upgraded all the way over beyond where AVEX is at. So it's really, I would say it's really not the, I would say it's probably a pre-phase more than it is actually the phase of development of the southeast corner. And I think that's where we really want to go through that. And again, having it on there is not a bad problem with having the southeast corner on the list. But I would like to get stronger numbers. The conversation I've been having with the mayor is we're not sure where some of these numbers are or where they went to. And so we would really like to make sure that we designate out how that phase or how that southeast corner will develop. And so those numbers are, in some cases, those numbers become space savers on there for that project. And it is a close estimate on what we think the current costs are. But if they stay out there too long, they don't get updated as quickly either. So with that project, I don't believe we have a true phase project out for the southeast corner yet because we haven't had the discussions to determine exactly what all are we going to accomplish out there. And so I think the main thing that we were trying to do with the first 5 million was move infrastructure out there so that it could be attractive to somebody that wishes to develop out there. So,
well, and so this is paying for the water line that's going over to the old Alert area. Payback.
Essentially, yes.
If that's where it's going to stop, right?
Yeah, we're going to go as far as we can with what the funding was in order to get there. And that's what we estimate. I think the project has already been, it's bid out. It's all locked in. So,
yeah, well,
so that's as far as we're going to get with that water line, and that's the cost.
Okay.
And just for background education, one of the reasons we want this is that last year we had two major investors, one that really did the Alliance Airport and one investor that does all the Walmart, Sam's, and Supercenters. So we had them coming out and looking, trying to get them to invest in building hangars. So what they stated was they gave us milestones to reach before and then told us to call them back when we reach these certain milestones. And this is one of the milestones is they want to have the utilities run out there. And then what we're trying to do is get them to pick up investing in the taxiway and the run of the hangars so that we can build that side up as planned.
Well,
and that'll be part of the master plan that's coming up as well.
Okay, so that was leading into my next question was, this is part of the master plan we've already funded. Okay. And we heard yesterday, the manager, the mayor and I, and the chairman were at the EDC annual meeting. That's a shorter version they like to use. And the keynote speaker was made quite a point to me anyway. I can't speak for the other people that were there about having stuff ready to go, how much easier it makes. And basically it's the competition out there is so immense that if you got a place, all you got to do is move your furniture in, they're going to come. And if they got to wait a year and a half to get a building built, then they go somewhere else.
And off that too but the other thing is what our research has shown is Morano and Goodyear. So eventually, this is why we got to stay on this with our master plan is eventually there's not going to be any other room they're going to have. So you're right, the quicker the easier it's going to be. So this is it is a long process, but it's just,
okay.
As I keep being reminded, I've got to slow down. So.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, moving on to item 3. I think you guys are off the hot seat. You're back on about the aircraft rescue and firefighting training facility. It says phase 2, so where are we?
We received a $500,000 funding. I believe we just received the grant agreements in the last month from the state, so we can start the design and engineering of planning out that facility up there. So there's got to be environmental studies done. There's got to be a lot of work done, but we can now start that first phase of that.
And this 2.5, does this account for the $500,000 or this addition to?
Addition to.
Okay.
We have the $500,000 already. The state has awarded us that. We got the grant agreement on that a month ago.
Okay, I got it. All right, Mr. Chairman, these are all pretty important
Well,
for the Air Center.
Tremendous amount of these things are are important.
Well, but I'm trying to limit myself to the first three.
And don't worry, the mayor's buying the lottery ticket. It's going to pay for it all.
Oh, okay, well, good. Anybody win the Mega Millions is $1.2 billion.
This is my only thing, that little water line that I got was originally $2 million that I got over there, and then it grew to 6. But now it's at 42. I don't know if there'll be enough money in the lottery by the time I win it and get it. For the city, I mean, this is probably one of the, this looks like a love note from somebody going already to 42 million for 6. That's only 7 times. I thought it was a rate increase out there at the airport, but they only went 4 times.
Fair enough.
Do I have a motion?
Christina had to do anything.
Councilor Arnold, any further questions?
She's still on?
No, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I have to say at this point, I'm gonna need a little bit more explanation, and I'm gonna be straight up and honest. It kind of, something's bothering me about the Air Center being attached at all. I mean, because, well, I just think there should be a separation between the city and the Air Center, but that's my personal belief, because, that way the Air Center could lobby for this for themselves and probably get a lot more assistance, and then the city would be able to work and get their own thing. But that's, again, my personal perspective, that a separation would be good there. Anyway, I'll save that comment and discussion for another day.
Thank you, Councilor Arnold.
All right, are you done? You got any questions?
Looking for a motion is what I'm looking
All
for.
right, well, Mr. Chairman, I move that we forward, I'm not sure how to really word this, but for further consideration, wherever it gets next, items, and I'm going to use the item number in the far left-hand corner, items 1, 12, and 3, and in that order, and then let the rest of the items 1 through 26 continue on and hopefully be included in the master of the long list, whatever terminology it is.
Do you have that?
Sorry, it's so rambling, but that's just the way it is.
I'll second.
Thank you.
There being a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. There being no opposition, so motion passes. Item number 5 on the agenda, which is chapter 2, which is the administration to discuss and consider whether to amend chapter 2 of the Raleigh City Code. Today, there are no decisions to be made. This is for discussion purposes only, so that we can move this item further down the road.
Mr. Chair and councilors, in a conversation that I had with Chairman Hildebrand, we've received an Attorney General opinion on a few questions that were asked through Representative Azell, and I copied the mayor. And we've developed out a response to that as to how we should establish our administrative code as it relates to appointed offices and employees and such. So while we have the item listed on there as chapter 2, what Mr. Chair has asked is to come in and say, let's see if we can make this better. Let's make this understandable. I will say that there are some things that we do not have to codify within that structure, but that the only way we can get there is to have those conversations, because the state law tells us a lot of what the information is that we need in our code.
Correct.
And but there are some conversations that need to occur. So now, while we have it listed as a chapter 2 is fairly big. It talks about the city seal. It talks about the elected body. It talks about our boards and commissions. The section that we're actually looking at is Article, I believe it's 4, which is essentially the appointed body and the employees, officers and employees, I believe is what the title of that term is. I had it here just a little bit ago. Yes, Article 3, officers and employees. That is a section of the code that we believe that if we can provide more definition and more background, we can actually eliminate some of the confusion that we've had One of the things that we have noticed that in our reviews and everything is that every city council has done this a little bit different over the years. And so the idea is to kind of pull this back together, make sure that the responsibilities of any of these officers or anything are very well defined within the document, and to make sure that there is enough clarification so we don't have these difficult conversations that really seem to eat up a lot of time. So the chair has asked that if we could pull that together, I appreciate that. I think I work a lot better with good systems, good standards as well too, a good direction. And so I think what we would like to do is move forward. I will say it's not going to be a simple process, because there is not a model out there that you can take all the information from and fit over, because every one of our comparables that are very like us with a mayor, council, with a city manager form do it just a little bit differently. And I think we need to walk through each one of those layers of that to build up our code appropriately. So with that, I just wanted to make sure we set the table. I believe that how you wish to walk through this is your call as to how staff can help you. But I would say that I believe this will probably be almost a 3-month ordeal to get walked through. And I think that we'll just start getting piece by piece by piece, and it will come together within that window of time, just like all the other kind of things that we tackle that are this big and complex. So.
Right. I appreciate that, Mr. Neve, because Mr. Neve and I had a conversation about when he sent out this email with these items in there, and whether he had gotten a response from any other council member. And the answer was no. And I said, well, it's time to put this on an official agenda and not having just dialogue outside of something to get this moving down the road, so that it can become very clear as to how this city operates versus operating from a 1914 ordinance that we've still set the table for where we operate today. And I think some little time has passed since 1914. And there's also discussion about state statutes trump city ordinance. And we all took an oath to abide by the state laws of the state of New Mexico. And we need to make sure that we're operating inside the laws of the state of New Mexico and following the statutes. And you can make an argument that we're not, and you can make an argument that we are. And I'm not here to make either one of those arguments. What I'm here to do is to get this thing moving so that we are, and we're all comfortable with it. Some council down the road wants to change it, let that be their prerogative. But today we're still operating, in my mind, by a 1914 statute. And that we are questionable whether we're in violation or we're not. I won't say violation, whether we're operating under those guidelines. I do have one question for I don't know whether it's for you, Mr. Neve, or Mr. Patterson. When I started looking at some of these items in here, and I've got it marked, that when we appointed the treasurer 2 meetings ago or whatever, was she also adopted as a deputy clerk? Because ordinance, this says that she is to be the deputy clerk. Have we done that?
I would submit that since it's in our ordinance, it happened automatically. It says in our ordinance that the treasurer shall be a deputy clerk. Therefore, by making her the treasurer, you automatically create a deputy clerk.
Certainly.
Yeah.
But my question would be, is she acting as the
deputy clerk?
Deputy clerk.
She is not, up until this point, to my knowledge.
And can I just go one step further than what you're saying?
Sure.
Then why not? Why is she not operating as a deputy clerk?
She's very busy with running the Department of Finance.
Maybe, and Mr. Chairman, I don't believe up until right now at this moment, I don't think she was aware that she's even a deputy.
But it's not my job to make her aware.
No, I understand, but even I was.
Yeah.
In our city code,
I mean, our city code, we're going to follow these things. I'm bringing it up as a point. We have it. Let's follow it. Let's play by whatever.
And I would say, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to the mayor first, and then I can answer some of that as well too. But
all I'm going to say is if I file for an injunction that we are living outside the laws of the state of New Mexico right now, as the law exists right now, It doesn't matter what your ordinances say if we are living outside the laws of the state of New Mexico. And I can file an injunction and ask that whether or not we are living within the laws of the state of New Mexico. And I think I can get a ruling that we're not. So the ordinances don't help you. If she's going to be a deputy clerk, then you need to name her as a deputy clerk as well. And it needs to pass on a resolution in the same manner, because that is what the laws of the state of New Mexico say, in my opinion. I don't think, people think an ordinance can replace the existing law. It cannot.
Because we're not home rule.
That's
If
right.
we were home rule, it would be a different situation, correct, Mr. Mayor? I didn't mean to interrupt you, but.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, and I'll walk through it a little bit more. The issue of identifying the city treasurer, the office of city treasurer as a deputy clerk is a city ordinance.
Right.
It is not in the state law that it becomes a deputy clerk. I think the challenge that we're going to have is that some of the conversations that we have had since starting this conversation is that we want to make sure that our offices are separate from each other as well, and they stay within the confines of their responsibilities. So I think we need to go back and look at that as well too. I can agree with Mr. Patterson that it's essentially a de facto process of that. And that actually, that state law came about when they separated the ability to have a clerk treasurer, which is like a smaller city, or you can break them apart based upon the needs of the community. And so I think that's what happened with that over time. But yeah,
You not believe if we're operating by ordinance that she is the deputy clerk and should be functioning as the deputy clerk.
Well, she can, yeah, I mean, you can have more than one deputy clerk, so.
But my question is she functioning as the councilor presses it? Is she functioning as a deputy clerk?
I would say within the role of the office of treasurer, yes, she is.
Has she done any duties as a deputy clerk?
Well, now, and that's the thing is that because we have other deputy clerks or deputy clerk and other city clerks as well too.
Okay.
The responsibilities of the clerk side of that business has not been transferred over to provide our office of treasurer with additional duties outside of those that have been specified through that office.
So make sure
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilor Arnold.
Okay, so what you guys are discussing is a case in point as to exactly why these things need to be gone over. When you actually look at the statutes versus the city code and some of the other case precedents, there are several things in our city code that we really need to work on clarifying or reconstructing, because I believe that treasurer deputy clerk is not necessarily something that fits our city any longer and actually should be revised. So I mean, you guys are just kind of proving the point as to why we need to be having these conversations.
Yeah, anything further? I was just reading that in this document, and that's what it says.
It does.
It doesn't say that there are other deputy clerks. It doesn't say anything. It just says that that position will operate as the deputy clerk. And so that was one of the reasons I brought it up.
Well, it kind of doesn't fit. It doesn't fit with what granted, it's in here, but this is kind of what I'm seeing, because I kind of understand that the city is operating to what makes sense. We have a lot of confusion over, having our appointees being at will plus being employees. There's a whole lot of lines that are being crossed because of feasibility. And I don't think a system's at fault or anything, but I just am seeing that there is a whole lot that really needs to be assessed to because when a lot of this was written or even created, things were different, and we actually need to progress into something that better fits the growth of the city and where we are at today. So that's why I'm just saying this is all a case in point. There's a lot of work to be done. And I think it's a great thing that we're even having this discussion. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Councilor. Anything further?
I'm good. I rest.
Okay. Councilor Corn.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to show a little bit of my ignorance. this next series of questions. As at the county, it's clear definition of who does what in their elected positions. The treasurer and the county clerk are two different offices and they're elected by the populace. Okay, the electorate is that word. And I know for a fact that the treasurer from time to time in her function as treasurer is required to run down the hall at the county and get the clerk to do whatever clerks do, put a seal on something, verify a signature or whatever. So I see where the treasurer being a deputy city clerk could have some advantage. Now, having said that, negative side of that is if you're getting somebody to verify, a notary, your clerk, whatever the reason, a judge, or whatever, the authenticity of the document, it's not good practice, although if you look at the code, she can sign it for herself as the clerk.
Mhm.
So she's signing the document as being correct, and she's the person that's in charge of that, and then she could turn right around, put the city seal on it and sign it as the clerk.
Yeah.
And so there is some disadvantages. There's some advantages in giving her that authority, but not to her work, not to her work product.
Conflict.
You understand how that could get? I mean,
Yeah, I get it.
I gave Mr. Nebb a piece of paper the other day that's archived in our code. It's not signed by the mayor. Well, it's not dated, not signed by the mayor, not authenticated by the clerk. So is it enforced or not? Well, I could argue both sides of that. If you go back and look at the minutes of the city council, and it was indeed enacted, and they just didn't get around to doing their job, is one argument. The other argument, the simple argument, is it's without signature, it's not valid. So why was it archived? Why was it put in?
Mr. Chair, Counselor, and we did our research and discovery on that. That document did hit the table of the city council, and then it did not take any action from the city council.
Then why did it? I mean,
I am not certain why it's archived other than.
This is an old document.
Yep, so.
And part of my discussion at this point is that it's not just the problem today. It's been a long occurring problem.
Yes.
And we, Mr. Chairman, have elected to, let's clean up our act. Let's come up with a set of rules that are in compliance with state law. And this is the way we're going to operate, because there's plenty of, state law does not have, not everything is directed in state law. It's just like you said, smaller communities, state law is written very broadly to fit the municipality or township or whatever they are, Dexter, Hageman, Lake Arthur, but also the city of Roswell. And so they don't have the resources to have a person filling the job as clerk and a person doing the treasurer job. And so they put that person and hand them two caps. And today they're the treasurer. And the next hour they're the clerk or whatever the deal is. And I mean, I understand it, that this is an opportunity for us to clean up our.
Mr. Chair, my goal with this is to get with you next week and establish out a timeline as to how we can meet that 3-month window that I'm recommending. And then we will establish the conversations that need to occur, who you would like to have in those conversations, and then we'll walk through it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. At least we get this ball rolling and moving. And then it's going to be who's going to do this work and how we get this dialogue started and taking the state statute, state law, laying it down. How does that work for the city of Roswell? And then moving down. And then maybe 3 years from now, Patterson, it'll be for naught. We may be home ruled, but that's okay too. You know, that's another topic.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, law is not concrete. The legislature meets and they may reinvent the whole municipal code on the state law side. Or district judge could make a ruling that we have to comply with that Farmington doesn't have to because they're not that district. But if the Court of Appeals and or the Supreme Court make a directive, then we got to drag it back down here and say, okay, how does this affect our rules, our ordinances?
I'm looking forward to the clarity.
Yeah, I think Mr. Need needs the clarity of all of this. So does all the rest of the staff. And that's why we're having this dialogue to move this down the road and get to a level that we all know what the playing field is. And like I say, my great grandfather in 1914 didn't write it. He was here. You know? He was on his earth, but I'm actually here. So we're still operating on it. So it's time to change. And so, okay. And so we will meet and
We'll set up a time with you and we'll discuss exactly how to make it through that, through the conversation.
yeah, I'll make sure that we will inform for us when we do that. Or what. So
Absolutely, sir.
stay inside those guys. Thank you, Mr. Need. So any further discussion on this?
Yeah.
item?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was going through the presentation,
Yes.
on page 38 of our agenda, you got a bunch of language here, and there's references to state law and some other stuff. I assume, Mr. Parker, you're responsible for this?
No, these are put in by the codifier. So you'll see when we draft an ordinance, it'll just say section 2.1, then section 2.3. And then when we send it into the codifier, they're the ones who add these state law references. It's not us.
So is this language, we go section 218 on page 39, for instance, and it's got A through D?
That's us.
Okay.
And then the parenthetical.
Wait, whoa, don't get ahead of me. This is us now. If I go to look up our present, this is the exact language.
Unless the codifier has made a mistake.
Okay. So of the first, excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
At least 54, maybe 55. Let me keep going. Oh, there's some more. 57, 59. Whoops, we changed typeface, so I assume that's different. Get back up here. Through section, where is it? Well, this whole document has got lots of references in it. Fair enough?
Yes.
And we get down to section 2, 191, 59, page 59. So that's our current language. I guess
because it was from, this is last updated on ordinance number 20-15. And if you go online and click, that's a link.
Okay.
Click on that, you can actually pull up our actual ordinance 20-15.
All right. So what you're telling me, and if I'd known this before, I would have been better prepared, Mr. Chairman, is that, so basically items are found on page 39 through 67 is our current.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, I mean, and this goes back to old training, maybe bad training. I'm not going to argue that with you one way or another. But when we go through and start amending this stuff, it's very helpful to me if we line out the old language and then put the new proposed language in brackets or italics or a color or.
That is how we do it. We strike through old language and underline new language.
Okay.
That's how we do it.
Well, I was looking through this trying to figure out.
But for example, 20-15 probably is not going to have a lot of that because that was the Labor Relations Bargaining Act is basically the state tells you this is the ordinance you will pass. And then we just pass it wholesale. But if you go back and look at some of our other ones and actually click on the link and see the actual true ordinance as passed, you'll see that kind of stuff, strike throughs and underlines and all that.
Okay, all right. Well, I apologize to you
No
and the
apology.
committee.
I think we're getting
That
clarification.
I didn't have as much time as I would have liked to try to sort through this stuff. Because, it just seems like other stuff in life gets in the way, So, and then the next section of this agenda item is rather lengthy discussion from page 68 through, it looks like to me, possibly, correct me if I'm wrong, 124, and I probably missed a bookmark that I should have put in here, is the letter from the Attorney General.
Page 68.
And the response that the city of Roswell, I'm not going to name anybody. Sure, you played a pivotal role in that, Mr. Parker. If you didn't, you should have. And all of that goes to page 124. Is that right? Am I following that right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. I've read all of that stuff. Now, we got discussion started, Mr. Chairman. What else do you want to do?
On this topic?
Yeah.
I have no further to do. We're going to move this event down the road next week, starting to see how we're going to do this and create a framework and then come back to this committee and say, here's where we're at.
Yeah.
And how do you all want to proceed as well? Is it different than the road that we're trying to map out?
Right.
Or what is the road going to be? But we at least need to know what the destination needs to be so we can get the road done.
Right.
Is where I believe we're at.
Okay. Well, I'm happy that that's the procedure.
I think from hearing from Mr. Neeb, I hearing from others, we'll all be happy when we get it done.
Yeah.
And so the task that has not
And
been
there's
put
some other
together.
things. I mean, let me ask this question. There's other things in this section of the rules or ordinances.
Yes.
That other city councilors have been discussing. Would it be proper for us to put their ideas in here and discuss it in total?
I think, go ahead, Councilor.
Can I just ask you a question? Are you referring to the covered in rules of order?
Right there.
That could be included in this section other than be separated the way they are right now?
Well, I think that as Councilor Corn is saying, yes, I mean, there are certain aspects of the administration chapter that relate to rules of procedure and the discussion we're about to have. So the question is, do we want to, if we're going to amend chapter 2, do we want to amend chapter 2 just with regard to appointed offices? Or do we want to try and incorporate other stuff? Like if there's something about, if we want to do this with the governing body rules, but we see that in the ordinances of chapter 2, it doesn't quite fit. Do we need to amend chapter 2 to fit with what we want to do for the, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, Mr. Chairman, how we can get this in one big happy package and put a bow on it and be done with this thing.
And I think it would be wise if we were to do that. Instead of having the separation, because then it would fall into place. And instead of having the discussion that we're about to have the next item, I have no problem waiting to see if it'll fit in that section.
I'd like to have that discussion, get this thing solved on item, your rules of order, then make it fit, because this could be way down the road.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend though also that you have as Division 2 under Chapter 2, or I think it's Article 2, Rules of Order and Procedure. If you make action on the resolution and it's in conflict with the city code, there's a pecking order of that as well too. So I think that what Councilor Rapace is saying is that let's walk through that all at the same piece so that it all ties together. Is that
Right.
correct? Yeah.
What you're saying.
So we don't have to come back
And
redo that one more.
all 5 of our committees are listed in there. There's some language in there that state how certain information will flow through the body. And then our rules of order are actually, the resolution order is supposed to expand it a little bit farther as to what does all that mean. And so, I think that's why I think that's where it pays to, let's kind of do that together.
Put it all into one.
Yeah.
Councilor Arnold?
Yeah, I was actually, it's hard because you can't read any body language from me, but I was just going to say I concur with Councilman Oropesa. I do believe that it kind of needs to be visited, succinctly. I agree.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's in.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. The more you take on, the more complex it becomes. So you can kind of say, we can do it all in one go, and that's efficient at the end, or you can say, let's take it one issue at a time, and then it doesn't get confused. So.
Well, that's not for you guys to work.
And that was the thing, that we would have that conversation and figure out exactly how to eat that elephant. Because we want to walk through each piece, piece by piece. I think when we amend an article, we can actually bring that article forward and then tackle the next article as well too.
Yeah, I mean, we could go division by division through it and say, this week or this month we're doing Division 1, this month we're doing Division 2, and like that. And then have the benefit of both sides of that, be able to comprehensively deal with Chapter 2, but also take it piece by piece.
Yep.
So my question is not how to eat the elephant, which side to start on.
Well, and in the case of the elephant, the trunk's in the front.
The tails at the rear, and most time I feel like I'm in the.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on item number?
No, it's quite a project, Mr. Chairman. But we're going to take care of it.
Yeah. Councilor Arnold, any further discussion on item 5?
No, I'm actually happy with the what we accomplished and the move forward. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we move on to item number 6, which is the governing body of rules of order, which was sent back to us by council.
Right.
And so we can have some discussion about.
I have a couple slides that I want to run through just to kind of give a little bit of primer and then push it on to you guys. So I just wanted to go through a couple of the kind of statutes and city code sections that underlie the governing body rules of order. The first one that I kind of touched on in the city council meeting, right? So unless otherwise provided by law, a question before the governing body shall be decided by a majority vote of the members present. So the baseline rule is that whatever the quorum is, a majority of that body passes it, right? And then you'll find particular statutes that will step in and say, no, for passing an ordinance, it requires a majority of the entire governing body. So in a normal situation, you'd have 9, if you had 9 people there, 5 would pass it. But right, in an ordinance, if you have 9 people there, 6 still pass it. Next, by state statute, the governing body does have, in fact, it shall determine the rules of order of its own proceedings. So then in city code, we kind of address that. We say on any question not mentioned in section chapter 2, which we were just talking about, the regular parliamentary rules shall prevail. We've used Robert's Rules of Order, which says there, and errors in the strict application of or failure to follow said rules of order shall not invalidate any action taken by the governing body. So we think about the rules of order and Robert's rules as well as helping us facilitate getting to the answer. But if, for example, a majority of the governing body votes in favor of this, it doesn't matter how badly you mess up the rules of order or Robert's rules, right?
He who's got the votes prevails.
Right. And as we were discussing before, state statute will trump any ordinance or any resolution that we've got. A majority of the members of the governing body is the quorum for purposes of transacting business. The mayor is the presiding officer. In all municipalities, the mayor votes when there is a tie vote. And so this is interesting. So when there's a requirement that a certain fraction or percentage of the members of the entire body or similar language, other than the simple majority, so like the situation with the 6, majority of the entire governing body, so we're talking about, the mayor shall not be counted in determining the actual number of votes needed, but he shall break a tie unless he has a personal conflict of interest. So in that case, you would, so for example, if we had an ordinance that needed, and we had a 5-5, we had 5 in favor and 5 against, you don't count the mayor for purposes of determining how many votes it takes, but he does break the tie. So once you get to 6, which 6 is what you need, that passes the ordinance. That's what that's saying. So the mayor is considered a member of the governing body in determining whether a quorum is present, although his vote is only counted to break a tie. The mayor always has the right to break a tie according to the attorney general, even where a supermajority vote is required. That doesn't really affect us very much, the second part of that, because what they're talking about is where, for example, you have a four-member body, and then it takes a supermajority. Well, if the mayor steps in and votes, then it becomes a 5-2. That's a supermajority. So that was the case in that attorney general opinion. The mayor, this was another one where the mayor is resigning. He would be able to break a tie as to the choice of his own successor, and the mayor is entitled to vote on a question of confirming his own appointments when there's a tie vote. So the mayor basically breaks all ties unless he has a personal conflict of interest. The city council adopted the governing body rules in resolution 1658 and subsequently amended them 1765. That's the current governing body rules of order that we have today. As I said earlier, they're procedural guidelines. Failure to strictly follow them does not invalidate any action. And the city council has asked the legal committee to take another look at this. So I wanted to kind of review some of the issues. What's the existing governing body rules of order? Right now, the city manager is responsible for creating and processing the agenda and agenda materials for the meetings. The mayor or 5 councilors may direct the city manager to place in writing to place an item on the agenda. Agenda items previously considered and whereby action was taken by the governing body may not be placed on a future agenda for reconsideration within 6 months of such action unless requested in writing by 5 members of the governing body, provided that at least 1 member shall have been of the majority of those present and voting on the item. This was one of the changes that was made in that resolution 1765 to go from prevailing to in the majority, which complicates the matter. For example, you can have a situation where you're in the majority and still lose, which is not the concept that they're trying to create there. For example, you can be in the majority on an ordinance and still lose, right? You're in a 5-4.
Parker.
Yes, sir.
There was an incident not too long ago that happened, right? That the vote was 5-4, I believe. So they never got to the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
But because of this language, somebody from the
right, the losing side, right, was able to bring it back. I don't remember the specific example you're talking about, but that is the concept, right? In Robert's Rules of Order and other places, what you'll see for reconsideration is that somebody from the prevailing side needs to, in other words, somebody changed their mind, so we really need to reconsider this. Whereas if somebody who already lost wants to bring it back, who cares? They already lost, right? So so changing it from prevailing to majority creates this odd situation in which the losing side can bring something back, which was not the purpose of the rules of a motion for reconsideration as conventionally conceived. Okay, under the existing rules of order, election of the mayor pro tem, in the case of a plurality vote, the lowest vote is eliminated and another round of voting until a majority is obtained. So if you go read it, it's a very convoluted procedure because what will happen is, like let's say we get a 4-3-3, then the 3 and the 3 would have to go against each other. 1 drops off, and now 4 versus 3, the 4 and the 3 now go against each other until we get somebody who gets a majority of those present and voting. That's a difficult procedure. It's convoluted, but I think if you go back and remember the original rules, an action of the governing body is valid when a majority vote for it. So a plurality, I would submit, is problematic under that statute. I think that if somebody with 4 votes now becomes the mayor pro tem, under that statute, that's not a valid action of the governing body because they only got 4 votes. So that's why they have this procedure where the lowest vote is always taken off, and then there's another runoff between those 2 until somebody hits that majority. Okay, standing committees. The chair, working with the staff liaison, shall establish the agendas. The mayor or 2 members of the governing body, regardless of which committees they're on, or the city manager, may place an item on the agenda, but that's only for discussion if the chair doesn't agree that it should be an action item. and then it has this interesting language, in cases where there exists uncertainty or disagreement with regard to which committee an agenda item shall be placed, the mayor shall have the full authority to make the final agenda assignment. Okay, these are the proposed rules of order, and I will try and hit the big differences. Unlike in the existing rules, in fact, it was y'all that amended these. The city manager is specifically instructed that he will not place items on the agenda unless directed to do so by the mayor or 5 city council members. So that would be one of the new things. The mayor or 5 city council members may direct the city manager to place an item on the agenda that has not been addressed at a standing committee. And this will get to some of the issues about the new rules for standing committees that will be proposed. What's being expanded is this concept of, in the old rules, it said if the council makes an action, you can't bring it back for 6 months. This would add, or a standing committee. So if a standing committee takes an action, then that same rule comes into effect. And then we're changing back to prevailing side instead of majority. So those are the changes that are here. So basically, if a standing committee takes an action on items such as final action, so let's say that there's a vote and it fails because there's it's 3-1 against or 2-2 and it dies, then that would kick in for 6 months unless 5 members come back and one of whom was on the prevailing side, couldn't reconsider that item, or another committee couldn't consider that item. And neither could conceivably, under these rules, the governing body itself. As drafted currently, and this was the issue that I flagged, and I'll apologize to everybody, I saw it kind of late. I was sitting there, I was like, something's bugging me about this, and then clicked. The problem is, in that situation of a 4-3-3, the 4 would win. But again, I think I have a problem with that because you haven't gotten to, as long as there's 10 people there, you haven't achieved a majority. And so you don't have a valid action under the state statute, I think.
Yeah.
And I also say, and just for your reference, so the only reference I can find in the state law about the mayor pro tem is this statement: the governing body shall elect one of its members to act as mayor pro tem in the absence of the mayor. That's the only statutory reference that I really find on how you get to a mayor pro tem. So also our city code references the mayor pro tem, but does not tell us, and this goes back to our discussion about chapter 2, how do we get that mayor pro tem? Right now it's in the governing body rules, but I don't know. We don't address it in city code. Now, returning to the discussion we were just having a second ago, this kind of follows up on that. Standing committees may not revisit an item on which final action was taken for 6 months. And then there's this language, except in the case of a tie vote, the chair may consider referring to council without a recommendation. And then the next section provides, which was the section that Councilor Oropesa had added after the last legal committee meeting, creating sort of a procedure step-by-step of when you've got something that should go through multiple committees, how do we determine which ones they go through, what order, what happens, if one of the committees decides that they vote against it. Basically, as I'm reading it, if committee A recommends it, then it goes to committee B, and if committee B recommends it, it goes to committee C. But if committee C votes 2-2, it fails unless the chair may consider a motion to recommend to send without a recommendation. Excuse me. So that's kind of the state of play of where we're at, what the existing rules are and what the proposed rules are. I think I hit everything that you had in there.
Councilor Horn?
No, I'm just trying to get my arms around all that.
Well, I'm of the opinion just right now that I kind of like separating things and not trying to tackle one big animal at once. And if we get these rules of order tackled, we can simply put them in the new body of the document we're going to come up with. That is how I feel about, because then you're going to be this one, this one, this one. You're going to agree on these two, and you'll never get this one in. Take them one at a time and get them approved, and then say, well, we'll just take the governing body rules of order as stands and plug it in. That's kind of where.
And I have no objection to that either.
I just want to take it's easier to haul one brick than it is to haul 10 bricks. And so we know we're going to haul all 10 bricks. It's just at what point in time do you do it? And I would prefer, my preference, but you all can decide what you want to do. But my preference, let's take this one, get it done, and let's move on. Council brought it back, said fix it. So let's fix it and see what council thinks about it.
I have no
Mr. Chair?
problem.
Councilor Arnold?
Yeah, can I get just a refresher, Mr. Parker, if you could actually go over why did they resend it back? I mean, frankly, I was there, but I've had a lot of information flowing through my brain. What was the council's issue and why was it sent back? I have an idea, but I can't remember.
As I played a part in this, it was because of this issue that I had about the plurality vote for the mayor pro tem got me like I say, I apologize. I was a bit slow on the uptake, but at some point I was sitting there reading them and I thought, wait, this is a problem. And so when we got to the city council meeting and I got up there to present this item, I recommended it come back so that we could beat up that question a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted, thank you. I don't have anything at this time. I'll probably have something in a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, so to that point, everything in here except for the plurality has already been approved by this committee. And so now all we're asking this committee to do is go clear up the item that Parker has brought to the table and to our attention and got clarity on it. So we've already approved this document once. And so approving it this time, we'll send it back with that clarity.
One thing you could do is return the language in the mayor pro tem section to what's currently in the rules and then send it forward with all the other changes there. And that would solve it because, of course, as I said, the current rules do have a procedure to achieve a majority vote on a mayor pro tem.
Yeah.
But I know that, okay.
Yeah, because state law dictates not a plurality, but a majority.
Correct.
Okay. So just send it back without.
With the original procedure for electing the mayor pro tem.
Right. And you're okay with that? You feel we're inside state statute and we're okay?
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and make the motion that we recommend the full city council amending the governing body rules of order with the correction of electing the mayor pro tem to include majority instead of the way it is.
Plurality, yeah.
Let me see if I can take a stab.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Let me see if I can clear this up. Okay. On page 131, line 28, where you talk about the election of the mayor pro tem, I'm going to try this, Parker, and we'll see if you agree or disagree. On to 132. Line 28, if we just eliminate that, then we're good, right?
Well, we need some procedure for electing the mayor pro tem, so I would suggest.
But correct me if I'm wrong, in my simple mind, we all know that's BS. Then that automatically puts it back the way it is because we're not amending that section.
Well, yes, in theory, but what has happened is in this draft, everything's been reordered and renumbered. So the election of the mayor pro tem here is not in the same place as it is in the existing rules of order.
Excuse me. You want to get this done and I want to get it done right. So can you give, and I know it's kind of hard to do because everything got scrambled. How do we fix this?
I think you can make a motion to recommend, but amending section G to incorporate the current procedure for electing a mayor pro tem.
So I'll make that motion to amend section C to follow G, excuse me, yes, golf, contained in, as already wait a minute, I got to do something here, and replace it with current language.
Yes, exactly.
And Mr. Chairman, I know that that's not the way they operate here, but I'd like a motion, I'd like a vote on the amendment and then a passage as amended.
Okay, I'm okay with that. So
Okay.
I'll second the
go second his.
amendment.
Okay.
Any further discussion, Councilor Arnold?
You still there?
Yeah, yes, I am. I'm sorry. Yes, no further questions. My husband was distracting me. I'm sorry.
I would like to do that again.
Yeah. Tell him you're on the city payroll, harassing you.
Right, yeah, I know. I'm looking at him like, stop. Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah. Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor
Of the amendment.
of the amended,
So the amendment.
yeah, the amended motion made by Councilor Corn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Bye.
All those opposed, same. There being none.
And Mr. Chairman, I now move that we send to the full city council, looking for something on our agenda number number 6,
Yes.
to adopt the
Governing body rule of order.
right as amended.
Yes, yes.
We've got a motion by Councilor Corn. Do we have a second? I have a second by Councilor Oropesa. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Opposed, same. There being no opposition, motion so passes.
Hey, we're making some progress.
Mr. Chair, this is
Yes,
Judy Stubbs. I wondered if you'd take some public comment, please.
Up to you.
Sure. You want to make public comment?
Yes, sir. May I?
Please.
Oh, okay, thank you. Please forgive me. I've had an awful lot on my plate and I haven't been able to do what I intended, but just as a little bit of background, most of you don't know that I ran my first business meeting when I was 10 years old. It was my 4-H club. And I've been interested in doing a lot with better business meetings since then. And so I have a lot of experience. I'm not necessarily calling it knowledge, but a lot of experience with things that work. I just want to bring a few things to your attention, and I've not been able to talk to Councilor Oropesa about these things. I don't have the same page numbering you do, but if you look at the very first page of the proposed governing body rules of order under section 3, general procedures, the first thing I'd like to bring to your attention is number 2, authority of the chair. And you're talking about there that the presiding officer or any 2 members of the governing body may be entitled to appeal the decision of the body by making and seconding the appeal. So then what happens? Where does the appeal go? Who does what? I think there's a gap there. So it's appealed. So then what is my question? I'm going to skip around now. I'm going to say, first of all, my concern of the 5 council members requesting that something be brought up or back to another committee really concerns me as to whether or not that's a rolling poll. I realize 5 may not be a majority, but it takes councilors visiting with each other to, chances are, to submit that. And I'm really concerned about that recommendation in the governing rules. A couple other things. What I know about doing better business meetings is that committees obviously are there to vet issues, to make look at the details, so the full body doesn't have to research all of that on their own. If in fact there is a 2-to-2 vote in the current committee structure, the thought that I've always had and what we have done in the past is a 2-2 vote is it goes to full council without a recommendation. And if you recall, when I made motions before, I always said at the recommendation of a vote of 3-1 or 4-0, but it does not have to have a recommendation from the committee. It just needs to have been vetted. So my concern is what's happening with things that go to committee, because a committee should not be able to stop something from going to council. That's 4 out of 10, potentially 11 people making that decision. So my recommendation or my thought that I'd like you to consider is just sending to council with no recommendation when the vote is not a majority of the committee. Another thing I'm really concerned about and would like to talk about at some point is things going to multiple committees. There is an ordinance, and I think it's, I don't think it's in chapter 2. Someone else will know that better than I, but my concern about going to different committees is there is in code a list of what things go to which committee. My point being, I think that probably needs to be visited, but I think there's a real purpose there. I think that these committees function for a purpose, and just to move something to another committee to try to get a different vote, I don't believe is a real appropriate thing to do, because I think things, my personal opinion, again, from the knowledge that I have, is that things should go to council, whether they get a positive recommendation or not. A couple other things that I'm concerned about, again, and I'm not going to mention everything at this point. I'm going to go to, again, I'm still on section 3, and it's a couple pages in to that. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Number 4E, which is the continuance of discussion on our hearing. There really is more information that needs to be done there, other than saying that by motion to continue, postpone, or table at any subsequent meeting. There's a lot more process that needs to be stated there. When a motion is postponed, it needs to have a specific place, time, something that it's postponed to, or it just sits out there. If something is tabled, it needs to be brought back up on the table when apparently action is desired to happen. You cannot do that when you look at the time we're required to publish an agenda, so that doesn't quite work. So there's some other things I'd like to discuss with somebody in that situation. Mr. Chair, I have a lot of other things, but my point really is I would really like the opportunity to sit down with either Councilor Arpaza or somebody and just be able to express some of the concerns that I see here, because I do believe there are some ways to do things that may expedite your meetings a little bit better. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mrs. Stubbs. You know, Councilor Arpaza brought this to our attention some time ago, and this has been sitting around, it's never been addressed, or not been addressed for a long time. But I share some of your concerns, and that, but now that this committee has adopted this and made resolution or made recommendation that it go to full council, and I would suggest, not being rude, that you can maybe address full council in some form or fashion as necessary, because we are just the committee that's vetting this. And I understand some of the things that you're saying, and we operate by those, whether they're written or not. Whether an item is tabled, it gets back on the end. I myself, as this committee, has sent an item to council that we voted on with no recommendation. to just vetting it and send it on with no recommendation. So I agree with that. And as far as items moving through multiple committees, I don't know how that takes place because I think each committee, based upon what I understand here, if they don't refer it to another committee and they refer it to council, how does it go to another committee? I don't understand why things go through multiple unless if somebody has some item, whether it be legal, whether it be infrastructure, general services, and wanted to send it to finance, they have it reviewed for budgetary purposes, but I don't understand how other items go to another committee. So I hear your concern, and maybe while you were on council, that was what was happening, but I don't see that happening with this council. And
Mr. Chairman, in all due respect, I believe that language is still in the document that you've just recommended approval to council.
But it says procedure for moving an item through multiple committees. There's procedure to do that, but you don't, from my understanding, and I'll ask Parker whether you don't have to move it through another committee.
No.
You don't have to do that.
No, sir. No.
So I think that's clarified in the fact that you don't have to put it through another committee. You can recommend that it go to another committee.
Well, and I mean, I would direct you to page 135, subsection B, subsection 3A, which is starts on line 21. This is the procedure that Councilor Oropesa had recommended adding it, that would explain how if there's a feeling that something needs to, for example, it's an infrastructure project, but it also has financial implications.
Right.
And so that's the procedure that is built into this to figure out how that goes.
Right.
And I don't think Mrs. Stubbs has this particular language.
Okay. Well, and I'm happy to share that with her.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stubbs. We shall now move on.
You need a vote?
No, we already did.
Yeah,
You already did.
yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did resolution.
Hey, listen, my mind's getting cloudy, so let's keep moving.
Chair, I recommend you have some individuals in here for 9 and 13.
Okay.
Would it be, if the committee just chooses to do that, let's take the one with the individuals.
So I know these people have been sitting here for a
They've
while.
been sitting here very, very kindly, so if that's acceptable to you.
I'm fine with that. Does anybody else have a problem taking items 9 and 13 and moving them ahead of 7? We're okay with that?
That's fine.
Procedurally, we don't have a problem with that. So.
Unless somebody
Okay.
objects, just go for it. You're the boss.
Yeah.
First.
Thank goodness we started this meeting at 2. So let's move item 9, if that's preferable. That we talk about RFP 22-007, the fire apparatus preventive maintenance contract. Who's going to talk about this?
I can start it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Council. So this is actually the second posting for our service and maintenance contract agreement to have fire truck service and maintenance provided. The first time, exactly how the first one went. Mike, do you remember exactly? I'm sorry. Do you remember how the first posting went? I don't remember the exact details, but anyhow, we ended up having to go back out to bid because there are some specific certain requirements that we have to have to get fire trucks worked on. It went back out and basically we had two offers back, and after the evaluation process, basically we recommend First Vehicle Services to enter into contract, the service contract.
I believe it's into negotiations with the city manager to negotiate a contract or attempt to.
Yes, correct.
Item yet.
Yeah, so all we're asking here is that you allow the city manager to negotiate this contract. That's all we're asking for.
You're gonna either agree with the recommendation that we negotiated.
Yeah, there's nothing else for us to talk about. Thank you for making it so simple. Okay. Shall I entertain a motion?
Oh, I have a quick question. And this is for Mr. Knapp, and this is directive, I guess. These fire apparatuses are oversized loads. They're too heavy, some of them are too long. Who's going to be responsible for getting the truck that we need repaired to First Vehicle Services? Is that part of their bid or is it?
They're local. They have a local shop here.
Oh,
That was one of the requirements we were needing in the contract.
Yes.
oh,
That was one, that was one of the reasons that.
Yeah. I didn't know you didn't know that.
What's listed on the recommendation is the corporate office.
Yeah, so the corporate office.
oh, okay. All right. Well, all right. See, my brain's getting foggy, Mr. Chairman.
We got other things, you better clear it up real quick.
I know. Well, I'll get back in the groove here in a
In
minute.
fact, we got a cannabis item, so I hope you're not too far beyond that.
Well, I thought I'd go sample the product before we discuss that. Anyway, okay.
Okay. Any further?
Because having some understanding oversized load, they have to pay big fees and they tell you which way you gotta go and it may not be the shortest direction.
Here's a card with our address on it.
Oh, well, I'm happy camper. You ready for a motion?
Motion.
All right, and I'm gonna try this, and if Parker doesn't climb out of his seat, I move we adopt or send to full council. Can we put this on the consent agenda?
You are able to do that.
Well, let's try that.
Please.
To allow the city manager to enter into negotiations with First Vehicle Services. How's that for a
I
motion?
think that'll work. Do I have a second? I have a second for a motion by Councilor Corn, a second by Councilor Orpesa. I do want to discuss, can we just have that settled up here right now? You guys negotiate this right now.
It's got to come to finance and we got.
No, we got more than, there are only two of them. Let's just get it done right here, right now. What do you want from them, Joe? So, okay, so I got a motion and a second.
Yeah.
All those in favor signify by saying, any further discussion besides my humor? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same. Being none, motion so passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Now we shall move to item 13, the agenda, which is discussed and consider request by, sorry we kept you gentlemen so long. But thank you. I'm glad that he moved it up because you would have been here a lot longer. Thank you for your time. Thank you. An item, discuss and consider request by St. John the Baptist Church to release a city lien on 401 East Albuquerque, which is page number 200 in your packet. So
Okay,
yes.
Let me say a couple words just to introduce the topic. So this is, the city did demolish the dilapidated structure, 401 East Albuquerque, back in September 2020. As a result, we placed a lien on the parcel in the amount of $20,000, $997.70. As it happens, this address, which is now a vacant lot, of course, because we've knocked down the structure, is located opposite St. John the Baptist Church. From the information that we received from the church, it appears that heirs of the record owner quitclaimed the parcel to the church. However, the lien carries with the parcel even when it's transferred, so it's still there and it's still good. The church has requested that the city release the lien so that they can basically get it unencumbered from the heirs. This is basically, that's the map that's in your packet. So you can see the one in blue there is the parcel we're talking about, and it's across the street from Just really quickly, I want to address some of the legalities here. We do have a section in chapter 3, which is the municipal code relating to municipal liens. This is the section that addresses release, which is 336.3. The city clerk releases liens against property upon receiving payment and issuing a receipt. So that's the statutory mechanism to release a lien. The other wrinkle here is the so-called anti-donation clause of the New Mexico Constitution, which says that the municipality may not make any donation to or in aid of any person, association, or public or private corporation. By some decisions that have looked at this, just because a private entity does a highly commendable public purpose, that's not sufficient to get you around the anti-donation clause. So even if you say this is a wonderful organization and what they're doing is wonderful, still that doesn't get you there. That's not enough. A donation is a gift, an allocation, or appropriation of something of value without consideration back to the city. And however, according to an ethics opinion, it does not have to be cash money. Its consideration is just something of value. So as long as there's a negotiation and the city receives something of value back, then that satisfies the anti-donation clause. And so you'll see us doing things like that from time to time where we lease things at less than market rate because of, some benefit that organization does. And it's not because they're a private enterprise that just does something really wonderful. It's that as the city, this is the outcome that we desire. And so we're asking for them to do it for us, right? And so, for example, in this context, what we have, in fact, we're doing one of these right now. We say, okay, we'll release our lien if you commit to build a residential structure on this vacant lot. Because of course, as we'll discuss in a couple of minutes with the MERP, residential housing is a big problem here. And one of the city's big policy goals is to turn that around. And so from our point of view, we receive payment as that statute plays out, not a cash payment, but an actual consideration, something to the city, and then the city clerk can release the lien. So what I would say is, with regard to this request, I think we're able to release a lien, but we need to talk with the church about what they're going to do that can constitute consideration back to the city so that we can stay on the good side of the New Mexico Constitution.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Does the consideration have to, if it was cash, does it have to equal the amount of the lien?
No.
It does not. It does not.
No,
we can release that lien for a certain monetary number.
You as the governing body have the right to determine whether the value meets that condition. You are always susceptible to public opinion, correct?
Correct.
So you're going to balance through that process, whether there be cash, whether it be housing, of some, whatever that value is back. I believe.
I would say though that there's a reduction off the cash value. Again, there should be some decision about why this is worth less than the face value of the lien. And it could be, chasing this in court doesn't really work. And so this is a disputed claim. You get there, but there has to be an explanation.
We did that for essentially like the property that's the Fisk building. So the Fisk building, we had a value adopted for that building. And we said, all right, give us your plan as to what you're going to do with the property. And then we were able to work through that. And we actually had a plan out there in order to do that. That would be a good example.
That is an example
of how to do that. So it's not directly correlated to money. It's correlated to the value overall as to what we see.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because an item that came before the infrastructure committee the other day with Habitat for Humanity.
Right. Yes.
And I had some real problems with, and come to council, so I can hear those at that point in time. But they're taking an empty lot, asking for a waiver of fees. And we brought up, well, anti-donation clause. Well, if they're taking an empty lot and turning it into housing, then we can waive, from what I'm hearing, we can waive those fees.
Right, but we would want some commitment to them and from them in writing that they're going to do it and some contractual ability to do something about it if they don't.
Right, but they're going to build that house. That's all they have to do. Could we make that? I'm asking that question. Yes. If that would be the given to the pro quo.
Yes, no, that's the term. Yes, quid pro quo. Yeah.
That's what happens.
And I would say on that, in your city code, you actually have a full section on affordable housing, which Habitat for Humanity actually does as well too.
Yes.
I believe that we have a little bit different relationship with the Habitat for Humanity based on that code than some of the other requests that we receive on occasion. So
right.
all we're supposed to do is establish a justification as to why we're taking the action that we are.
And affordable housing is one of those places where the legislature has come in and passed some statutes that give us, because what the anti-donation clause really says is unless the legislature, finds otherwise, you can't do a donation. And so, for example, LEDA, we're allowed to do donations under that because that's one of those special legislative mechanisms to do quote donations to. And affordable housing is another one of these.
Okay.
So you are correct in your assumptions as well.
Okay, I just want to get clarification on that because that did not get fully reduced and it only gets passed to 50%. And I was like, wait a minute, we're going to talk about MERC, but we don't want to talk about affordable housing over here. I had a real issue with that and go to council for discussion, but so, yes, Mr. Mayor.
And growing up here, I mean, over at St. Peter's, St. John's was always a church on the other side of town but it was always on the poorer side and there's not, when we paid $21,000 to tear down that house, I mean, that lot's not $3,000 probably. In all honesty, and across from it, if the church can put it to any use, it's going to benefit us, the city, just because we don't have a nuisance factor over there growing weeds. And so, that's, when they came to me, it made sense because there's not new construction going over there very often.
Could that be
I don't think I've ever seen it.
You have to defend it.
Yeah, right. I don't know that just, we don't have to clean the weeds. I don't know if that gets you there. I'm thinking on my feet here, so let me translate that. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah. Representative here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, council members and staff and those present. St. John the Baptist Church is situated in the low income area of the city, the poorest part of the city. And we've been there since 1903. And we'd like to, what we present to you today is that we plan on paving that parking lot, putting some parking spaces, and then the lot next door to improve the area there. And we also plan on putting in benches and some basketball courts so the kids can use it in the area. We don't just plan to use it as parking lot, but we have to get the approval from the diocese, which I don't think is a problem. And also the council members, our finance council members too. Those plans are in the project. The plan was in the project to do the big lot that we have and pave it and make it nice, look nice and everything. And so the plan is for us to purchase this lot if possible at a reduced price so that we can improve that area also, that lot. And I know that the lots run in that area probably $2,500. I don't know exactly, but I believe that's what it is. And we're willing to settle for a lesser price if possible, if the council will approve it, and we'll make the improvements per city code.
Sure. I mean, let me, just my hot take. Okay. So that's, I would suggest that, to the extent of building a parking lot to benefit your own operations is not really that great to the city. But if you've got plans to do something like create community areas like basketball courts and stuff, that's something where the city would be interested in. I think, I won't speak for administration, but that's something that possibly we could do.
Those are in the plans.
Yeah.
Yes. I guarantee you that the plans are that we make something for the kids to be able to use in that lot.
Okay, well, maybe we can have some further discussions on that.
I would say, Mr. Chair, I was going to see exactly where you wish to go with this, and then we would work with the church in order to provide all that specific justification with it. I kind of agree with the mayor that there's different ways of value to determine value back to the community. And I think that's where we'll work with the church in order to have that information as that, if that is the desire of that. So if this was to get an affirmative vote from this committee, we'll begin working on it before we get to the city council meeting as well.
Come on. Go ahead.
Can I just ask a question? Do we actually expect that we will get $21,000 for that?
Counselor, I do not believe so. Again, I believe that value of that parcel will not reach that limit. The cost of the removal of the home included asbestos and a lot of different things in there. And so I don't believe that we would have the value of that property ever to put it all back on the market or anything. And now understand that that parcel wasn't ours. It just had a lien on top of it. And then it was quick claimed over to the church. So that's where they get kind of caught with this property that has interesting value. But no, if it was to actually end up in our hands, I don't think we would ever get back the return of that complete value of that lien.
And in fact, it would be a negative thing because what it would take to get that parcel would be for the legal department to file a foreclosure lawsuit, take it to judgment, and then foreclose that, and then bid at the foreclosure. So that's how we would get ownership of it.
Right. And this is the conversation that we're having on, it does not have to be equal, an equal sign between the lien and the value at the end. It has to just make sense to you as an elected official.
Well, where I'm going with this is, when you go through the process, at the end of the day, you're gonna end up auctioning, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
You've been auctioning the property and you may be getting $2,000, maybe.
I mean, the way that it works effectively, if you take it to foreclosure sale, is you bid your judgment. So let's say, so we have like a 20 grand judgment plus interest. We took it all the way to judgment. We're now at the foreclosure sale. We have an automatic 20 grand bid right there. Who's going to bid more than 20 grand on a parcel that's appraised at like $1,000? So in practice, we get it every time we do that. But it takes the process of getting there, which can be very difficult, especially where you have something like this, where, you know, the actual record owner is deceased. And now you have to get into this issue of, you know, bringing heirs into the lawsuit. And it becomes more trouble than it's worth unless we have a special interest in that parcel for some reason.
Mr. Chair.
It would be my recommendation that you recognize the request and we will work out the details.
Councilor Arnold.
So in the infrastructure meeting, I actually voted no on the Habitat for Humanity, just for the simple reason that number one, when you kind of start something like that, you have to do it for all. And so in that instance, since the infrastructure committee actually did pass that, I mean, honestly, in good conscience, I don't know that we could say no since we've already considered it for one group. I would actually recommend a reduction, and I do see value in what they're wanting to do, especially into that area. I don't know, Joe, were you actually saying that if we do actually pass it, then you will take it and come out with the amounts or the recommendation on how low we should go, or is that up to us to make a recommendation?
If the committee moves it forward with an affirmative action to the city council, then we will actually begin conversations with the church to determine the proper justification as to meet that condition. Now, city council, it doesn't tie the city council's hands, but if we can have more information than less at the council meeting, we would like to have that. I would also say, Councilor, that the Habitat for Humanity thing is a little bit different from this one because there is an impact of the rebate or the waiver or the reduction of the fees because the work still has to be done for Habitat for Humanity. So essentially what we're saying with Habitat for Humanity is that we're going to use unrestricted cash of the cities to cover the remainder of those permit fees.
So that kind of leads me to ask, does the city have any funding or like anything set up to not reallocate, but to actually compensate for any losses of that sort? I mean, I think I'd heard something about that, but you know, where you could have a type of fund set up where we can actually utilize that to assist in circumstances such as those.
Councilor, we have never set that type of a fund up. We went through different models over the last 5 years in order to identify to a certain level of how to do that. But I think these requests come and go. And so it's very difficult to figure out how many of them that we will honor or consider within that process. So it's been more of the If the council says this is what we're going to do, then we will back up and say, all right, this is how we're going to handle the situation. So it's been really difficult to really just say, we have this extra fund out there. I would say that right now the fund out there is cash on hand or the reserves or whatever those funds are out there right now. And I believe that our budget actually has the ability for those future conversations already.
Yeah, because in that case there, the only out of pocket by the city on that Habitat for Humanity was the $1,300 for the water hookup. The rest
Well,
of that
also
was
labor, but labor, I mean, you know,
no. Well, there was two items that you guys considered. One were the fees, which the city doesn't do anything. There was a park fee, there was a sewer fee, there was a water fee. There's no labor or costs involved for those fees.
And that's a good way to.
And the other item was the $1,300 for the actual water hookup.
right.
So, you know, those are two separate items that you all combined into one and reduced it to 50%. So in essence, there's no cost to the city for water fee, sewer fee, and park fee. It's just a reduction in revenue. There's no cost at all, from what I understand. So that's a separate item. And so, did that answer your question?
Yeah, this is something I'll probably ponder for a long time, but there's never really an easy solution, but you know how I ponder. But very good. I'm in support. You guys are doing well. Thank you.
Okay, I hope we answered your question and got you there. So we have a recommendation by the city manager. If we'll make a motion here and they will advance it on and it'll come to full council with all the facts and figures.
Well, I'll go ahead because the motion that we considered a request by St. John Baptist Church to release a city lien on 401 East Albuquerque.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same, being none, motion so passes. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, city council members, staff, those present, appreciate it. I hope that we can follow through and have this property ready and fix for the kids in the neighborhood.
Yes, that's very important.
God bless.
Thank you for what you did.
Send us a picture of the plans. Send us a picture of the plans.
We'll get an update.
No, you don't have to, you don't have to go that kind of money. Just
We'll give it to you.
Don't send that letter to the mayor, send it to Joe.
Yes.
Who cares?
Or to send it to Mike Matthews, one of those two, but do not send it to the mayor.
You can send all the stuff you want to the mayor. He doesn't have anything else to do.
Just trying to keep you out of trouble, Mr. Mayor.
Y'all take a puff on a little magic dragon over there.
Okay, shall we now move on to item 10?
I think we're on 7.
Item 7, is Councilor Perry on?
He is not.
Well, this is his.
Yes, sir.
I think he just wanted you guys to go ahead and discuss it and see what. I think he just wanted you guys to go ahead and discuss it.
There's nothing to discuss unless Mr. Councilor Perry's here. This is his amendment. Or his, shouldn't say amendment, it's his agenda item, and we postponed it last time. And so.
At his request.
Well, yeah. And so I said, we'll put it on then for the next agenda because you and I had discussion when we built this agenda that I didn't want to put Councilor Perry off anymore. And if he elected not to be here, then I guess we'll have to put it on the next agenda. And I don't try not to be unfair to Councilor Perry, but where is he?
He's in Alaska.
Oh, that's right.
Probably pushing somebody out of the way to get the cell phone coverage.
Well, in Alaska, that's a challenge in itself.
Yeah. Well, he got through it the other day, but it took him a while. And
he's standing on the wrong dot.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I actually believe that we should move forward and have the discussion. I mean, it's 2 times, yeah, and I know it's actually very important to Councilman Perry, but I believe, we shouldn't put it off any longer. We should get it on record of any concerns or thoughts that we have regarding this recommendation or this ordinance.
Counselor, I don't mind I have a short presentation, just hitting the factual stuff. And if you guys would like to hear that, then you don't have to take an action on it. You could defer it, then at least.
It's just a discussion item.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's not on here for action at all. It's on here for discussion purposes only. And so, do you want to have this discussion now, or do you want to have it at the next meeting? Or
well, I have some questions that
I would say if I could have just a little bit of input, I would like to at least start the discussion, because I am dealing with this stuff every single day. And I've got a couple of examples to use of the types of applications that we are getting on some of these massage establishments that are sending up massive numbers of red flags now that we're looking at them a little closer and taking action. So if it's possible to have some discussion, I would encourage that.
I'm open for it. It's just that Councilor Perry is the one who's requested, and he elects I shouldn't say elect. He just happens to be in Alaska, not here today. So this is for his benefit as well, and I'm trying to inure to him as well. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm willing to have a discussion, but I don't want to have it again with Councilor Perry. We're going to do it one time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, move we postpone.
Well, I've got one. I got a motion to postpone.
I agree. I think we should.
Technical issue, postpone you need to specify a date, or else if you postpone indefinitely without a date, that's killing it.
I feel quite confident.
Yes, sir.
That when Councilor Perry gets back, that he will talk to the chairman, and I feel quite certain this is not going to go away. We're just going to postpone it. But I'm not anxious to put a date on there, because I think the chairman needs to have a great deal of flexibility in trying to figure out how to get all the business that comes to this committee done properly and timely. And that's the reason why I'm not interested in a date. He's not here. I understand Mr. Mavers is concerned, but I agree that I don't want to listen to Mr. Mavers now and still going to have to postpone it. And then Councilor Perry's going to come in and have more discussion. I just like to get everybody in the room, get this thing handled and move on.
And we're okay with that, right? Because I do have the ability, any chair has the ability to set the agenda.
Yes, sir.
And whether make it an action item or a discussion only item. And that is the chair's position, whether it be infrastructure, finance, any chair.
Correct.
So.
Mr. Chair?
Make sure I understand the rules. I'm not trying to be harsh or anything. I just understand the rules.
You are correct.
So Councilor Arnold.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second, and now we're open for discussion.
Okay.
So your discussion, please. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I was getting confused. Okay, so no, I actually just
Tell your husband to leave the room.
I just have a question, and I think I can get clarification because I've actually been reading it, and I already know everything I need to know about it. But the reason I wanted to have the discussion is because I have a suggestion to accomplish what I believe, could actually resolve a lot of this issue. But I will actually take time to address Parker with this later to see about how valid and legal my suggestion would be, or effective at that note. So I support where we're at. Thank you.
So you're willing to agree to this motion, but have some dialogue with Parker? Is that what you're?
Yeah, because I think I have some contention with the way it is currently, and I have expressed that thoroughly. But I also I don't believe in just shutting down. To me, if there's, if one of the other counselors has a concern, I still want to be open-minded and see if we can meet somewhere. And I think there's a way to meet in the middle, and I'll talk with Parker about that and check into that, and then I'll have some dialogue. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, if that's fine with you, I'm fine.
That's a question real quick.
Sure.
Counselor Arnold, I do have a request, actually. If you set that meeting up with Parker, I would like to be involved in the meeting. You mentioned two things that can have different ends. You mentioned making sure that the ordinance is legal and then also effective. Implementation is going to be my responsibility, so its effectiveness will rely on my ability to have my office appropriately implement it. So I'd like to be part of that discussion if you don't mind.
Absolutely. I'll make sure of it.
Everyone fine with LF? So now can we take a vote?
I'm ready.
All those in favor of the motion to postpone this item for further discussion at a later date, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same. There being none, motion so passes. We'll put it for discussion
At
another date. It's not indefinite. It's just called another date. So at least my wife gave me one of those, another date.
I need to call and straighten her out again. I'm married you, so I've got the right.
Yeah, you do. You did do that. Okay.
All right.
I'll take a run here.
Okay. 10-minute recess.
I don't want to get it over. Everything will go home.
I've got a feeling these things are not going to get any easier.
No, they're not. They weren't easy yesterday, I tell you that much. It seems like if Councilor Sanchez had not stepped out and left, we would have been there.
We would have been there.
8 o'clock. And it was a long meeting.
Well, there are several big issues that we're tackling. Big issues. They're going to take a lot of time and thought.
Yep, I agree.
I'm going to be like Councilman Sanchez, just gather up my little marble bag and leave.
Yeah, but you're still not gonna have the same effect though.
Well, if I go by and hang up the phone.
Yeah.
My turn.
No, I'm staying.
JJ.
Grandkid. So.
This thing never happened opportunity. I'm sorry, Mike.
Thank you.
Pretty good. And our after this, my kid's 11 today.
What?
My daughter, my baby is 11 today. I'll never have another 11-year-old again.
You know what they say, never say never.
Well, I don't have the parts for that, so.
Oh.
We've had talks with the children. And so far, I can raise an 18-year-old to be a good upstanding citizen, so there's hope for me yet.
Are we on a break?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Parker, after we get done here in the next day or two, I sent you a text message. I want to get together with you and make sure I need to clarify in my own mind, again, the anti-donation clause and verify, because we are getting a number of nonprofits coming in and asking for different things that, and then the I think it'd be a really good idea for us to define terms on something that, what we're calling whatever we just called it, a postponement or whatever, at the planning commission, because of all the advertising requirements and everything else, we always make sure that if we're going to take something off the agenda, we continue it to a date certain.
Right.
So that it doesn't have to be re-advertised.
Right.
Because the meeting itself acts as the advertising for that date certain. And I want to make sure we're doing that properly as well and staying within the bounds of the law, because our advertising costs on
That's fine.
planning commission items are going through the roof.
What I was referring to is so a lot of times people will quote table things, but under Robert's rules, that's really not the appropriate for what they're trying to do.
Right.
And so Robert's rules has two things that you can do, two types of postponement. You can postpone to a date certain, so I postpone this to the next meeting.
Right.
Or you can postpone something without specifying a date. Postponing something without specifying a date is the same thing as killing the item, which is kind of what we did.
Yeah.
But
understood.
So, but what you're talking about, where you say, I postpone it to the next meeting, that's a perfectly legitimate action.
Yeah. Well, what we're trying to avoid is the getting caught in the re-advertising loop that you get into without having it continued or postponed till a date certain. And the other thing is, there's also some legal differences. And again, I'm speaking from the laws of the state I came from as opposed to here. That's why I need you to clarify. It was very specific that you would bring an item in, whether or not you were going to act on it or not, you would open the public hearing and then take an action to continue to a date certain.
Yeah.
At which point then it would be the item brought up, public hearing would be reopened, and you would continue to take testimony and everything else. So.
Right. No, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Couldn't you just make not a certain date, but no later than?
I think you could do that.
See, we get into trouble with legal advertising.
We're talking about, I think
we get in trouble with legal advertising. I think issues there, and it's different because you all, when you advertise for the public hearings, you have a very large ad that goes in the newspaper and everything else suffices because you notify the whole city. With planning and zoning commission issues, we're either notifying we have direct notification requirements for people within either 100 feet or 300. And those costs associated with that direct notifications have gone through the roof. That's part of what.
There you go.
So now we have item dealing with cannabis fees, resolution 22-XX, discuss and consider referring to the finance committee for further consideration. 21-59 of the Roswell City Code relating to cannabis fees. Mr. Meavers.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The item you have before you is more of a housekeeping item than anything else. Now that we've had a handful of the cannabis items, cannabis establishments come before Planning Commission and City Council for review and approval, We're looking at how things went, how they operate, and we discovered a couple of minor issues relative to our fee schedule. So you will see that as Councilor Korn was asking about, on page 174 of your packet, you'll see we actually have put in red and underlined any verbiage changes. We have lined out any things that are go. And then the one addition, we realized we never had a fee in there for a variance as well. So we've added that fee. So at this point, we would we're just asking you to review the amended ordinance and recommend to the city council approval of these additional fees and these minor changes.
Question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do we have to send this to finance or can we just bypass it and go on?
We've determined, because Parker and I have talked about it a lot, we determined that because this is a fee, we're not burdening the city with an expense.
Right.
Okay, we're actually making money or trying to recoup some of our losses. It does not have to go to finance. It can go straight to city council.
Okay, so.
Object.
It's the item that says refer to finance committee. I'm like going, oh man, we don't have to,
Well, you don't want to recognize me for that motion. That's all I can say. I don't have nothing to do with finance.
So let me ask you that, Kevin, all we're doing is adding this variance request for $480 and changing the word regulatory to operational.
That's it.
That's all we're doing.
That's it.
So
I don't care.
That's why we put it in red.
let me ask you just information.
Sure.
Do we have variance requests on every other item when people come and ask? Do we have a fee associated with that?
Yes.
We do.
Yeah, we've been charging the standard variance request fee, which I believe is $200. Okay. The problem is we don't collect if somebody came forward with just a variance under this ordinance and maybe they had a couple of other things already in place.
Right.
We don't have any mechanism then for charging them for the advertising fees and all the other things associated with it. You have to add the variance back in here,
Okay.
covering that cost.
Okay.
A couple of questions since Mr. Mavers is here.
Sure.
Now, if my memory is correct, and I got a foggy brain right now, we passed a couple of these cannabis ordinances early on. And then we passed a bunch of them and changed some specific language in there about times of operation that is not in the first two as we passed it. So what do we got to do to get those to parallel the big bunch?
It's already been taken care of.
Okay.
Because the way Councilor Arnold specifically worded her amendment was that it would be applied to the current and any previously approved. Okay, that's the way her amendment went down. I conferred with the city attorney. He believed that was the intent of that amendment. I then turned around, I notified the two companies that had been previously approved. I rewrote their conditions of approval with notes in there that those times were amended pursuant to the city council meeting that Councilor Arnold made the amendment and notified them within probably 48 hours of that amendment having been passed.
I think that was my amendment. I let her do the heavy work.
Either way.
I heard that. I
believe the end result was as you intended.
Well, she came prepared with an amendment.
Yes.
And then during the discussion, I said, this will work and shorten it quite a bit, if you will recall. And I had it in writing, so it wasn't any mistake, and gave it to the clerk that night.
Right.
And so I'm all good. I just wanted.
And as you may or may not have noticed, those operational times and dates have been established on everything you've seen since then, and will, until we get direction from the city council to do otherwise, they will continue just like that.
Okay.
Okay.
The next question is just a hypothetical. We've kind of worked through this cannabis deal. We've got lots of businesses established. Do you have a bunch more applications, or is that kind of tailed off now?
They have tailed off. However, we have, I believe, at least one scheduled for next month's Planning and Zoning Commission, and I mean August Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. I have another that is coming in, and I've identified 2 illegal operations.
Illegal operations?
Yes. Yeah. and we're taking action on those. One is not in operation, but their signs have gone up and they have yet to apply for that. We put them on notice that those signs need to come down and that they need to get in here. And this was really distressing because the applicant or the company on that talked to me about this 4 months ago. And yet all of a sudden their sign shows up and they have yet to come in and do it. Second one was actually a report from one of our local nurseries who gave me a call and said, hey, there's another nursery in town that's selling cannabis clones. Okay. These are little small, teeny tiny plants so you can do your personal grow. I had my code enforcement supervisor check that out. He did in fact verify that they did have clones for sale. I sent our associate planner over there, and then I went personally, actually this past weekend. I walked in there with my badge on my hip and there, turned right around and asked him if they had clones for sale, and he took one look at me and said, by appointment only.
So that makes it okay?
I looked at that and I said, you know what? I'd like an appointment. Can I get one? And second, while we're at that appointment, may I see your state license and may I see your license for retail? May I see your license as a producer? And then while I'm at it, may I also see your agricultural license to act as a nursery and this, and then I reminded them that in a C2 zone, at least 2 of those 3 things are not appropriate.
At least
You're having too much fun. You're having too much fun.
It was some of the answers you get when you do a field visit are
pretty amazing.
Interesting to say. Interesting to say the least. So
does that mean that those plants you got there for your appointment?
Yeah. So, but now that we've been through the most of the legitimate businesses, we're finding, as you would imagine, now that implementation is going through, we're finding small little things. I do expect to come forward most likely with one more amendment to the actual ordinance to do some cleanup, and then hopefully we can put that whole thing to bed, at least for a little while.
Until state legislation.
Until the state changes it. You're absolutely right. Which if you know what's going on in Colorado, California, Oregon, and Arizona, you know that our state legislators love to amend things.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Councilor Arnold.
I'm sorry, I can't actually see you guys in the video. You're all just like little bobbing heads. So I hate to interrupt, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to actually reiterate to Mr. Mavers that that's kind of been my concern with working to limit, as far as that is concerned. And I hope, Mr. Mavers, we can have that conversation soon, because you know I've been trying to, oh, there you are. You're a lot better that way. Hi. Okay, very good. Anyway, I just wanted to actually just make sure that I reiterate that, Mr. Mavers, I think it's very important that we actually have a conversation on, because of what Oregon and Washington and Colorado are going through. I think that we would actually be protecting our communities and some of the established, if we start limiting, I don't know how we would go about doing that, but placing some limits on how many can be in our community. That's just something I really want to visit.
And just to let all you know, we've had, Councilor Arnold has been in my office a couple of times and expressed concerns about the total number of cannabis facilities we may be getting in town. I did a review of state law. I haven't run it past Parker yet, but I think we're going to be in agreement. State law does give us the ability to limit the total number of dispensaries and other cannabis establishments in town. We have to have some kind of a legitimate reason to do that. I believe the best way to go about doing that is to do an economic analysis. Each one of these facilities requires a certain number of a population study, just like any kind of marketing analysis you would do. You would determine the total population, the total potential number of clients, and then determine that anything above a certain level is probably not going to be a facility that's going to continue to remain in operation. We do have a relatively static population, and if you read the trade journals, the total number of potential customers is greatly overestimated.
Oh, and I agree. And I'm just going to address that we have ordinance in place of the ordinance of the, was it 8 that we've done so far? 7, 8 that we've done so far. 7 of those 8 had asked for a variance.
Correct.
Only 1 did not. So unless these find a place that would operate inside that zone, that's, I'm not for limiting things. That puts value, additional value on the existing people's license. That's artificial, and the state has done that with liquor licenses, and they now have rescinded that. They also, economics, the free market will tell you whether you're going to stay in business or not.
Correct.
And I am not for government being restraint of trade. Just overall, not interested in that one bit. That economic, they'll either make it or they won't. And so we don't limit the number of pizza stores in town. And we don't limit the number of shoe stores in town. So let the free market take care of itself, because I think you're absolutely correct. The number of customers is not going to allow even probably for all 8 to make it in this community, most likely. I mean, whatever your numbers are, the percentage of people out of 50,000, I think they're going to struggle with these 8. And some of them are going to fall out.
I would also say, although we've kind of talked about this issue a little bit, but I think that putting an absolute number, number on that can be within the city, we do have the power to regulate density. On the other hand, we are prohibited from disallowing licensing. So this is a kind of a tension there within the actual state statute that an action like this on our part would kind of bring that tension out.
Yes.
We're limiting density, but we're also telling anybody that comes in after we've hit the total number, you're totally prohibited from opening a store in our jurisdiction. So how those two interact with each other, frankly, we would find out when the judge told us.
Well, if I may, that's kind of bringing up, so respectfully, Chair, pizza doesn't have a black market. And I think I'm looking at it from an analytical standpoint of what they are selling versus the competitor for cannabis. The cannabis competitor is a black market. So that's why I've kind of been asking to find out in studying Oregon, Washington, all these other things, but by lowering the price, that opens up to the black market. And that's where my concern lies. So I totally respect from an economic standpoint, I'm all about capitalism and freedom of a market. But to me, this is a different type of market, and I just think it needs to be assessed.
I don't disagree with you, but black market will exist no matter what. When we have prohibition in this country, the black market exists. And we regulate it, the black market still exists in alcohol. But distillers doing things. So I'm not against what you're saying, but I think no matter what, there's always going to be a black market. And how you stop that, that's the police chief's problem. He needs to take care of that. And so that's how I'm not, if we have a difference of opinion, that's okay. But that's how I look at these kind of things, is that regulate for what? You're still going to have a black market. So, Councilor Presso.
I did ask a question concerning the appeal request fees. My understanding, are we talking about an appeal that on a decision made by planning and zoning coming to the city manager or the city council?
Yes.
Well, okay. It was my understanding that as far as planning and zoning commission was concerned, they were only making a recommendation. They were not making a decision.
This is where you start slicing and dicing things. Any decision of any type can be appealed. I can come to you and say, I'm going to approve your project, but you have to build this street in order to access your project. You say, I can't afford to build that and I don't agree with that. Fine. I'm still going to approve your project subject to these conditions of approval. You're going to appeal that one condition though, to the city council. And that's where it happens. With respect to what we're doing now, yes, any decision along the way can be appealed. And so if I make a staff level decision that says that we need certain things to be done, we're applying certain conditions of approval, okay, that decision can be appealed from the staff, okay?
But the city council, just by virtue of the process, is going to take it up.
Yes.
I mean, whether they accept the recommendation of the planning commission or not, it's really going to be up to them. So I don't see where the appeal comes in.
We have to look at this from a project perspective. They may come along and let's say they submit their zone change, general plan, or not general plan, the zone change, the conditional use permit, all the things that they need, okay? And the project gets approved, goes all the way through. Now they come back and if it's a ground up new facility, brand new facility being built, we're still making decisions all along the way on how to implement that approval. So you end up with staff level decisions all the time. You know, people come into our office and we'll look at a given project and we'll say, you need to do X, Y, and Z in order to comply with the city development code, not the zoning ordinance, but just the development code. Okay? Those kind of things end up in Joe's lap all the time because we're asking for certain things. There's always a discussion. They won't be a formal appeal, but people will go talk to Joe. Now, if we make a decision about what we want from somebody at staff level based on our development code, after the fact, it can still be appealed. So those numbers need to be in there. In the case of the major decisions, the CUP, the zone change, a variance for the overall project, you're absolutely correct. But we still have to have a mechanism for appeal of smaller decisions.
I disagree, respectful disagreement, because especially when it comes from staff, if you're appealing a staff decision, I mean, that's already in the process.
Yes.
And so there should be no charge for that kind of appeal. If you're appealing something from P&Z, I mean, they're not set up right now to make decisions on the cannabis issue.
Not on the cannabis, no.
So the city council automatically is going to get whatever the recommendation is. And so the city council is going to make a determination whether that they agree with the recommendation or not. And so I don't see the reasoning for an appeal fee other than the city is going to make $600, $300 off an appeal.
Well, the city's not making any money on any of this, I'll guarantee you.
Well, it's
based on cost.
But the $600, whether it goes to the city or goes someplace else.
In which case there would not be an appeal. I mean, the situation you described is exactly the way it works. There is no appeal, okay? And during the primary originating course of events, there may be a secondary course of events that come along that would require an appeal of a condition or an appeal of a decision or appeal of something that goes on. Leaving it there is not going to affect the process that you just described at all. Okay? We're just trying to close the gap on the unintended or anticipated problems. And we're going to get to talk about a lot of this when we do conditional use permits here in a few minutes. We're trying to be a little more proactive so that we don't end up with the enforcement problems that we've had with some of our other projects in the area.
And I understand that. But what I'm trying to get clear in my mind is why do we have an appeal fee when cannabis automatically comes to city council with a recommendation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whether it be CUP, SUP, whatever, that recommendation comes to city council. City council then will discuss it and evaluate it and determine whether they agree with the planning and zoning. And so the fact that you're saying that they have to pay $600 to appeal, whether to Joe or to city council, I don't see
Let me give you an example that may be something you can relate to here. We have a project that was just approved down south. They're going under construction right now at 325 South Main. Okay. You've already approved the CUP, you've already approved the zone change, you've already approved the variance. Attached to that was 8 pages of conditions of approval. These are the things you have to do. Okay, costs are going up. The construction is going up. Cost of doing business is going up. They get 90% of the way through and they say, we can't afford to do something in our conditions of approval. We can't afford to do this anymore. Okay, my conditions of approval and the code say, yes, you must do this. They say, no, we don't want to do it. I said, then you need to file an appeal on that condition and bring it back because I'm going to enforce what's been approved by the city council. So it's a secondary decision we're trying to, and secondary concerns we're trying to get in touch with when they have to bring it back.
Could I? So in that scenario, then they would file an appeal and the city council is the arbitrator.
Correct.
Decision maker, maybe is a better word. Because, and to answer your question, I think maybe this will help you, maybe it won't, I don't know. But if we make a decision, the city council makes a decision and they want to appeal it, they take it over to district court. And there's extra fees for filing over there. And then you decide if they don't like that decision, they have to appeal the Court of Appeals on the record established at the court hearing, not anything that happened at city council. I mean, it can be brought up, but it's not part of the official record until you go through a bunch of legal steps. I mean, you can get it part of it, but good luck because the judge may just say, eh. And they do that with regularity. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm not opposed to filing somebody an appeal because it's always on a decision that's already been made. And they just chose that they can't afford it, don't want to do it, whatever. And then he comes in and tries to enforce it. That's what brings the appeal up.
And that would be in that particular case, if it's my office attempting to enforce and they disagree, the appeal would first go to the city manager because it's a staff level appeal. So the city manager would then step in, he would take a look at it and see if there was a way to go. If the city manager then decides to uphold what's going on, they would then appeal the second time to the city council and it'd be back in your laps to make the final decision.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to jump in on this as well too, because I think that an appeal though to me is where an employee has misinterpreted the rules or the laws. That's usually what comes to me as an appeal. I don't know if there should be a cost for that. I mean, because this is normal, regular business as we walk through that process. We have a very good process within there. I would say that if the appeal is going to go to the council, and I don't know if I would call this, I don't care about the language, I guess, appeal works for amending the plan, which is what it sounds more like, is that they agreed to do X, and now they found out they want to do Y. That's a plan amendment in my vote, or it could be an appeal, it doesn't matter. But I would say that when it stays at the staff level, I don't know if there should be a cost because it's regular business. And if they don't agree with Mr. Mavers on whatever determination, they're going to tell me, this is why I believe that his decision has been capricious or arbitrary and all of that. That's the type of appeals that I do. Now, they do have every right to appeal my decision to you. And I think that's where the costs become greater because we have to put additional information together at that point in order to make sure you have all the information at your fingertips. So, but I would say that as far as when it comes into an internal appeal with Mr. Mavers making a decision that somebody doesn't agree to, I don't know if there should be a cost to that.
I can agree with that too.
It's more like an administrative.
It is like, yeah.
An administrative appeal, because there's in this particular case, and one of the reasons there is a significant difference here is because of the staff time involved and everything else associated with it. You don't have the advertising, you don't have all the other things that go along with it. But
I would just define the verbiage a little bit better and say that it's these amendments or appeals to the council rather than.
The way it's written in here, the only change we would have to make, if everyone's in agreement, they want to do that, is just amend your motion to include to strike the $300 under the city manager and reduce it to zero. Or just no cost for another internal staff level.
You can just strike it out. If there's no fee to it, just strike it out altogether. You don't need to strike
out the entire line.
Because that process is in city code. I think it's already there. We just follow up one aspect of the code.
Okay.
So there would just be appeal request, and then A would be appeal to city council, $600.
And take out P&Z commission, because anything it would either be from the city manager or from the P&Z, either one.
Yeah, okay, it'd be one.
So what we could do then is just strike 11A completely, and then strike the words P&Z commission from 11B.
And renumber it to A.
And renumber it to A, yeah.
If you want to do that.
If you want to do that. That's an easy enough fix. We can.
That's fine with me.
Do you want to make that motion? I mean.
Did you make a motion already?
No, this is a new motion.
This is a new motion.
Because we've already.
I haven't made a motion on the
resolution
principle.
We haven't.
You can amend it right now.
Well, I'll make the amendment. I'm not sure what motion I'm amending.
Where are we the last approval? Please.
Was the massage establishment.
There's no motion on the floor.
There's no motion on the floor at all.
No. So you want to amend strike B,
strike
A, and then you could.
And strike out P&Z commission on 11B.
And just appeal to city council.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
It's $600 and read letter, or do you need a letter there? I guess.
Reorder.
No, I don't even think you need a letter there. I think you just under appeal request, appeal to the city council, $600. Be done with it. That's your motion.
Yeah.
That's his motion. I second.
That's amendment. That's an amendment.
That's an amendment.
Yeah. So any further discussion, Councilor Arnold?
No, I think I'm good with the amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on amendment.
On an amendment to, on page 174 in our document. Line number, I'll make you a formal motion here real quick.
I think she got it.
Okay. Line 36 is stricken. On 37, the letter B is stricken, and the language P&Z commission that's in brackets.
Yeah. Second for that. So all those.
Well, it's his motion, my second.
Yeah.
For clarification. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, saying there being none. So amendment passes. Now we got to go on to the
item in chief.
The
item in chief.
The item itself.
Yeah, item itself. Yes.
Which is.
You want me to try a motion, see if you like it?
I know you're going to put finance committee in there.
Well, you didn't know what I was going to do. Mr. Chairman, I move that we send to City Council for formal approval resolution 22-XX cannabis fees as amended.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Arnold?
No, I'm good with it.
Okay. There being no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. There being none, motion passes. All I can say is thank goodness we started this meeting at 2.
We ain't done yet.
We got a long ways to go.
No.
Sir. I brought my jammies and a little bunny, Mr. Chairman. Looks like I'm gonna need it.
I will ask Counselor Arnold to disconnect and I will walk out the door and there won't be a quorum. I think I got played yesterday. Can I text you when to disconnect, Counselor Arnold?
Yeah, I'm game.
already have it.
Just let me know when.
Okay, so now we're on to item municipal infrastructure reimbursement program. Mr. Meavers, you get the floor again.
I got the floor pretty much the rest of the day. So.
You did. You got it all the way to the end.
Okay. All right.
Mousy neighbors, just so you're aware, it'll be the reason why we have to stay longer than necessary too.
There's gonna be a notation in his personnel file.
You know,
well said. That's all you can say, Kevin.
I can speed things up as fast as you all want to go.
We're gonna charge you $600 appeal fee here.
All right.
Okay.
The purpose of this line item, of course, is to just discuss in general the implementation of the municipal infrastructure reimbursement program. We'll go through a little bit of the background to bring everybody up to speed, and then we'll move forward so that everybody knows where we're at and hopefully where we're hoping to go. And that was the wrong button. Why am I doing that? Here we go. All right. Everybody is pretty much aware that we do have a severe shortage. That severe shortage of homes is not quite as bad this year, but it is still significant. The shortfall is driven by renewed economic activity and interest in the city, as well as immigration from other states. I'm sure everybody has seen the number of people that are moving here from other states. I can only talk about my neighborhood, but we have had 6 or 7 homes sold in the last year since I moved in. Every single person has been from out of state, either Texas or California.
Nice.
The people that are coming here. Surprisingly enough, the people that are coming here from California are the same reason the people from Texas are getting a lot of California oil people moving to this area for some reason. Okay. Again, the new supply of housing stock and the ability to construct was also hampered by a shortfall of materials following the COVID-19 pandemic. The city has wished to encourage and facilitate new housing development, as well as to provide housing for all market sectors. This is something that's very important. We designed this program to work with all market sectors, not just with a specific market segment. Okay? The MERP was created to assist in the development of the municipal infrastructure, which will support the housing industry and provide additional market rate development. The whole purpose of the MERP is to facilitate the development of market rate single family and multifamily housing projects by partially offsetting the cost of construction necessary for municipal infrastructure. And that's one of the things we need to make very clear. This is not a gift. This is not an incentive and everything else. All we're doing is trying to offset the cost associated with the development of the project, of the municipal infrastructure. So we have to accept the infrastructure. It has to be designed, it's got to be constructed, it's got to be approved by the city engineer, and then we have to accept it for ongoing maintenance before we'll ever even consider it. So there's no money, we're getting everything up front. There's no deal to be made here. We get everything up front. That is the intent of the city council through the MERP, of course, to provide the additional housing. We're trying to prime the pump, facilitate infill development within the municipal core. And that's one of the things we've had an extensive discussion about. We have a lot of infill development, a lot of vacant lots all around town in all different areas. We're seeing significant renewed activity up in the Berendo Creek area up there in that part of town. We're seeing renewed activity down south. We're seeing renewed activity in Enchanted Hills. And that's the existing stuff that we have out there. So, but it's also smaller lots all over town. We are hoping to increase the levels of primary owner occupancy and increase the number of available small multifamily, that's duplex, triplex, and quadplexes. They give people the ability to provide additional owner occupant opportunities and workforce housing opportunities. Okay. Program highlights, and these were all went into the original MERP discussion. So the item number one, a yearly program budget. This program was designed to be renewed annually and for you all to look at the budget for it annually. Last year for 2022, a budget was never established because we didn't have any applications that were received in time to even work in 2022 and get them through the process. So there was never a budget established. So fiscal year 23 will be the first year to establish a budget. The development agreement, a development agreement is required in order to access the funding. It spells out the terms of the program. Each encumbrance to the budget will be accompanied by an approved development agreement. In your packet, as part of it, you have a draft version of the sample development agreement that was in there, which outlines the resolution, the development agreement itself, and samples of the supporting documents that must be submitted so that we can make a decision. The reimbursements, again, available only for installed, complete construction of municipal public infrastructure that's been designed, construction, dedicated, and accepted for maintenance by the city engineer. So the city engineer controls the trigger on all of this. He controls the design work, he controls the review, the inspection, he controls the acceptance. Until the city engineer is satisfied, nothing happens. Again, basis for reimbursement on a per unit, single family residential units have up to, and it's not mandatory, but up to $10,000 per unit. Multifamily units up to $5,000 a unit. There is a square footage basis for calculation, as well as the fair share basis for the linear front foot of installed infrastructure. And again, the reference to the development agreement. Very important, the time of disbursement, which will be put out there in the development agreement itself. Okay? Funds to be dispersed after the infrastructure subject to the MERP have been constructed and approved, dedicated to the city of Roswell, and a certificate of occupancy has been issued for each completed residential unit. It's very important that the certificate of occupancy be obtained, because at that point, yes, the units have not been sold, but they've been designed, they've been built, they've been purchased, and of course, taxes have been paid on them, which helps recoup some of what we're spending here. Okay. In preparation for the implementation, we've developed the programmatic guidelines, which you have copies of. We developed all the procedures, we created the applications and the supporting documentation, and we developed visual guides and participant information. In your packet, you have some wonderful color-coded documents. This one's my favorite because it's very pretty. I like the blue and green. Okay. But it outlines step by step. Now, again, this is the visual guide. This is the step-by-step guide. These will be given to any applicants. These are the processes you have to go through in order to obtain it. There's also a much more detailed written guide that goes along with it. So everyone that comes in will get copies of all of this, so they'll know how to do it. Very important, and I want to reiterate that the program is not designed to continue indefinitely. It is reviewed annually. It should be part of your budget process annually. It should be part of a discussion. It's designed to be utilized only as long as the city council determines that there is a need for continued use of the program. So annually, you have a resolution for program reauthorization and budget implementation. For 2024, assuming the program continues, we'll get that probably in April or May as part of your budget consideration process, rather than coming in now. We're starting to see activity. We have a number of projects out there already that have made applications, and we have 4 or 5 more that we expect over the next month or two that will. Annually, the development agreement applications are received, processed, and approved by the city council. All development agreements get reviewed by the city manager, get reviewed by the legal, the city attorney, and then ultimately end up in front of the city council.
That's only a one-time process, or they have to renew that annually?
I'll get to that here in just a second, okay? But Okay, if our total number of requests exceed the fiscal year program budget, the city council may authorize additional funding. We will keep track of that. And let's say we have a banner year and you authorize $1 million and all of a sudden we've got the next project that comes through and we're going to exceed $1 million. What we would do is bring forward the MERP application along with a budget amendment for your consideration. Okay. If not, that project may be deferred until the next fiscal year and then it would be picked up at that time. Okay. Here we go. This is just a couple of slides that show the program and the way it works. Again, the determining the project availability all the way down to complete the spreadsheets and everything that goes along with it. Get down to there, item number 9, projects that receive approval are eligible for reimbursement of funds released based on specific requirements in the MERP, the program guidelines, and the development agreement. For projects larger than 20 residential units or 40 multifamily units, the developer may request additional funding upon completion of 75% of the units that have already been authorized under their MERP. We don't want to burden the city's budget over and over and over again by having a developer who's got a 100 unit project come in and say, I want to be part of the MERP right now. You know, 100 units times 10,000, I'm going to take my $1 million and tie up that money and then have him just take forever. As part of the development agreement, there's a 12-month time limit on it. The money must be utilized within 12 months, or they can come back and ask for an extension, okay? But they have to come back and ask for that extension. They can then ask if they've got, let's say, a 40 or 60 unit project, they get the first 15 built and everything's looking good. They can come back and ask for the next 20 while they finish off the last 5 and continue to move forward.
You can give me some clarification, please. So let's say he does his 20.
Mm-hmm.
First year, he only does 10 of them.
Correct.
And gets reimbursed for 10 because we have occupancy permit. What happens year 2 with the remaining 10 that he didn't finish out or didn't build houses? He now have to reapply again?
Not a full reapplication. He would have to apply for an extension of his existing, because we don't want to burden things year to year.
Correct.
If he doesn't come back, if the developer does not come back and request an extension or reapply for another phase, or it goes away. We are not going to burden the city's budget longer than Joe has made it very clear. I'm not allowed to do that for longer than a fiscal year.
And legally, that's the case.
I
understand, but they've made it.
So if he comes in and just says, I got 20, I get 10 done. Next year he doesn't, the 10 don't get done. And then year 3 he comes back, ooh, now I want to participate again. Do they have to reapply the whole thing? Or does he have to get an extension? Say he skipped year 2. What happens when he comes back in year 3? Economic conditions could change overnight.
Yep.
For people, and housing could just go to a standstill.
Right now.
And what happens to him when he comes back to us in year 3? I say he or she comes back in year 3.
Having been through a number of housing pullbacks and bubbles in my career, I will only disagree with everything you said, only slightly, because I've seen things go in reverse, not just come to a standstill, but go in complete reverse, where prices drop through the floor and you end up owing a lot more than what your house is actually worth. It gets really ugly. But from the way we have set it up, if they, let's say year 1, okay, they come in and they build 10 units. If they do not reapply if they do not apply for an extension for year 2, okay, then it's going to go away. They could apply for an extension for year 2, okay? But if they don't build anything else, they're not going to get any money. At that point, there's no justification for an extension for year 3. They would have to completely reapply and demonstrate to us that there's changed conditions. We're not going to continue to reissue and reissue and reissue if they're not yet tapping or utilizing.
If they don't extend the service, it's over, and they have to reapply completely if it's like year 3 or 4 for.
But at that point in time, they've already dedicated the road to the city.
Yes, yeah.
So you're not going to get reimbursed.
It would be more than likely, a lot of that infrastructure would have already been into the project. It will be very simple stuff like sidewalks, maybe.
That's all you're going to get.
Yeah.
Because let's say that they got to reapply, you're not going to give them because they've already dedicated that road.
Right.
You don't get that money for the road at that point in time. You're only going to get the money for those other items. So I want to make sure that.
Correct. Yeah.
I think, is that the way it's all stated in here?
They have to be under the development agreement before they can ever seek reimbursement, but if they're already under construction, it does not say.
Right.
That's all. Yeah.
Is that the way it's laid out?
That's all part of the development agreement and the language. It should be in the development agreement. Okay. And I'm not saying the development agreement is perfect yet. We're still like with cannabis, we are tweaking things around the edge.
And that's why we're having this dialogue.
Right. And try to figure it out.
Yeah.
But again, I'm a big one for trying to anticipate what could happen, but as we know, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. You always have to come back and.
Oh, I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
All right. Continuing on, this was just a copy of the spreadsheet. I took quite a bit of time, probably too much time because I'm not an Excel expert, but I did put together a spreadsheet now that's very for futures coming in. It's just plug and play. We change the front footage, we change the lot numbers, we change the addresses, and it spits out a number at the end. Unless there's some variations in there but for the most part, for traditional development. The other reason I put this one in here is because I wanted to show you what our obligation would be on different size parcels. And so you would also know and understand that this program was not designed necessarily for the large, expensive homes. The people that can afford an extra 10 grand on a $500,000 home, it's not designed to support those folks. They are eligible, yes, but you see the difference in costs there. The public improvements on the lot size is based on the front footage. The very smallest ones up at the very top, in fact, I used two to 25 and 30 foot street frontage. And you can see the total public improvements there are down at $4,500 and $5,400 because it's based on front footage. The less public improvements you're putting in, the smaller number of smaller reimbursements you're going to get. But once you get above, I think 55 feet, a little over 55 and a half feet, that's the sweet spot for the development community. That's where you achieve maximum return on your investment. But most of our properties are coming in well above that. They're coming in 60, 70, 75, 80 foot frontages. And you'll see that their costs for putting in the additional construction and what we're reimbursing, we're getting more for our money. What's your above about that?
Question again.
Sure.
Under in your exhibit A, it's trying to understand, you're talking about numbers on 3B1. We've capped them out at $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have another calculation in here which says $10 for north and $20 south a square foot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't even, if you got 1,000 square foot home that you're going to build on 2nd Street North, I don't think it's going to happen, but you get capped out no matter what the footage.
Correct.
Okay. So that's what the intention of this is.
Well, again, what we're trying to do is.
I'm trying to understand, because if you build what's the average home, that under construction, 1,600 to 1,800 square feet.
What we're seeing and the reason for the differential is that
the differential you're trying to promote.
Yeah, you're going to get just because of lot sizes down in the south end of town.
Yeah.
We have a number of lots down in the south end of town. They're 25 feet wide, 35 feet wide, 150 feet deep. The only thing you can really put on there is a single one. Okay. They've got public streets out in front. They've got other things, which is why we did the calculations. And so again, the threshold changes. If I get in there with a 500 square foot, 600 square foot, 12 by 50 new unit. Okay. In order to get maximum reimbursement, we have to recalculate based on, it's not that they're not providing housing. It may be great and wonderful multi-generational housing. It may be workforce housing. It may be a lot of different things. But we want to make sure that they have the eligibility, the potential eligibility for the maximum reimbursement, especially in that inventory, where we already have approved lot sizes that are considerably smaller than the lots that we have in the north end of town.
Would you approve a new addition that had, or development that had 25-foot?
We had an addition?
I mean, a new development.
A new development.
For 25-foot, 30-foot lots? I don't think we would.
I absolutely, depending on how you come forward, the answer is yes, especially if it's a townhome or other type. They may be adjoined homes.
Yeah.
But if you go townhome or you go some kind of, or a duplex or other things like that, yeah, you absolutely could work it. You'll need an R2 or an R3 zoning as opposed to an R1, but that doesn't mean that those postage stamp lots aren't quite eligible for development.
Kevin, don't we have a tiny home zone that allows for these kind of small developments?
We do. The way the tiny home ordinance is written, though, it's more of a condominium style type of development where you would have internal private streets and everything else as opposed to public facilities.
Yeah, which is another discussion to have a later date. Because I remember I don't know when it was, what council meeting when you were talking about the tiny home things, and you also talked about using lots up internally in this community where you drive back by neighborhoods and you see lot here, lot here, lot here. And I think with the city lots, and I can't remember where that went, whether, the city was going to have some discussion about how do we promote these city-owned lots and where are we with that program? Did we just die?
No, it is still in process.
It is still in process. And
as a matter of fact,
success with it.
We're talking to a number of developers right now.
We'd like to see.
Yeah. But that's an infill project. That's what those are. Yeah.
No, it's always for the city, just from a pure planning and zoning and delivery of public facilities and things, you cannot beat infill development. We don't have to extend services beyond the city. You all have probably heard about the issues, California and Colorado and other places with urban sprawl. Okay? That is one of the reasons people are generally against that, is because the cost of doing business goes up exponentially.
Oh, yeah.
When you start pushing the city's arms out, okay, and especially your cost of emergency services having to provide to areas outside the urban core. Okay.
And I think your worksheet's great, Kevin. It's just, you say you didn't do well in Excel, but you did really great in Excel. So yeah, I think it's a really good. I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how much further we want to have dialogue on this because it's a discussion.
Get it all out.
That when I look also on that same Exhibit A, going to B, payment for services. Item 4, produced units receiving an infrastructure incentive reimbursement shall not now or in the future be utilized in a pecuniary manner by renting, leasing, exchanging, or bartering habitation privileges to the property for a period of no less than 180 days at a time. Such usage, either now or in the future, for a period not to exceed 10 years from the date of issuance of the occupancy, shall require developer to return any incentive funds received. I need for you to explain that because I don't know how we're going to track something 10 years down the road. I just don't know how that's going to take place and whether that developer is going to be alive, bankrupt. I don't get it. And what the object of that was about.
I'll address a little bit and you finish it off for me as well too, Mr. Chair. This came about in the conversation with the council that established the program as a desire to assure that we are investing in family purchasing of homes. That was the intent of it, correct? And so the idea was that we don't want to help somebody rent out a home to people and make bank on that rental. So we believe that if it's a homeowner owned property, that this program, we would assist our families to do that. I think the challenge with that and what you're alluding to is very direct for it because in a lot of cases, we, with even development, we ask for escrow letters, we ask for bonds, we ask for a lot of different things to protect us during that window of time. I think in this case, I think the council's idea on that was they just wanted the language in there, but I don't, practicality of trying to walk through this is a little bit problematic.
And I know I'm still on probation.
Well, I know what the intent is. And
so if we're going to put this in there, then they need to bond it for 10 years.
That would be
that's how you can do it. And being on probation, I'm not knowing enough.
And I don't know, Kevin, how else would we actually protect the investment for the 10 years?
Well, here was the intent that as I understand it. If the 180 days was developed because they want to prevent the property, prevent investors from coming in, buying new homes, hopefully at a potentially a discount, and immediately turning them into short-term rentals.
Or even long-term.
Okay, the long-term rentals is a different thing. You don't have the problems associated with short-term rentals that you do. I understand that, our dealing with Airbnbs and dealing with everything and trying to make sure that they pay their taxes and that we get the benefit of having it. Additionally, there is in some of the communities I've lived in, there's a general for those communities that I've been around that have put together homeowners associations and their own CC&Rs, you'll also have something like this in there. So they most likely will violate their CC&Rs. And then Exhibit E is a very specific declaration of the restrictive covenant that would be recorded on the property. So if the property was, the way we track it, if the only way realistically to track it is if the owner came back in and applied for a short-term rental unit permit to do a short-term rental, we would then have the ability to review their documentation, determine whether or not there was any kind of restriction against short-term rentals and not issue it. Now, that would not prevent them, like many other short-term rentals that we have around town, of not going ahead. They can do that, but we end up.
It's my issue. They all come in and submit their permits.
Everybody does. We know it.
Yes.
So I guess what I'm getting back to, I'm trying to understand the intent was not to give it to basically you give it back to the developer, which in theory goes back to the original homeowner. And you're not wanting to give this money, whether it's 180 days or 365 days, you're not wanting to turn that property into a rental property. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm not sure.
That's what I understood.
We'll have to get together with Parker on this because it's my understanding we cannot put in there that, no, you cannot use this as a rental. It's private property rights allows me state laws, local ordinance allows you to rent the property.
But I would argue, though, that the difference of just allowing them to rent out the property is our incentive.
Mm-hmm.
Our reduction of those fees allows us some latitude contractually within that, and that's why the development agreement is there. I guess my question for this as well, too, because I believe that was the intent of what it was supposed to do. Is there a way that we develop it into the development agreement in order to do that? Because here's what's going to happen is that we have this relationship with the developer, development agreement. We have the money going in and going out, and then it goes to a homeowner. And now we're going to hold the homeowner responsible that they can't rent it out.
Well, I mean, I don't know that we can hold the homeowner responsible in the sense that we can have them file a restrictive covenant. But do we have standing to enforce that restrictive covenant? I don't know that anyone does. Our remedy is against the developer to claw back the incentive fund, which requires us to sue them for violating the development agreement.
And it goes back to exactly what the chair says, is that are we going to go after a dead person as well too? Or somebody that's foreclosed or somebody.
I don't want an open accounts receivable out there that I can't collect when you want to put this in there. So make it a bond. They got to put up a 10-year bond.
I would.
Or somehow they bond and secure the city, because if you're not going to do that, then get that out of the language.
Well, yeah, okay. I understand we still have to have this language in here, and we still have to have this, because when the property is sold, okay, now you got a new owner, and if it's sold 2 or 3 or 4 times over 10 years, we want this Exhibit E in the documentation as constructive notice that you cannot use it.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
This is a discussion item. You all go back and discuss.
Yeah, yes, sir. I believe that there's some of that, because I would also say that based upon the way the conversation is going with council, is that does this make practical sense to leave into the policy of the document of what it is?
Correct.
If it's not enforceable, if we're not going to be able to track it back to the source, then exactly should it be in there? And should we not have that conversation with the counselors that actually implemented that for what they wanted it for? Right?
Correct. And that's where I think it sits.
That's I'm right with you on some of that, because it's like, how do you walk through that? Because the only other way to do that would be an escrow account or a bond of some type that stays for 10 years.
But we're not talking about necessarily modifying the group itself, the ordinance. We're talking about the implementation policy of the actual within the development agreement, though, is where we have to.
I would continue on with the conversation of any of the other items within there, so that when we do go back, we do a full.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Sticky wicket. You always come up with sticky wickets.
I read is what I do.
Well, I read it too. That's all right. You didn't bring it up, I was going to, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
when you get done, I got a couple.
I can let you have the floor. We need to hurry because Councilor Preston's packed up and he looks like he's wanting to leave, and we won't have a quorum.
Oh, he's been asleep for the last.
I got a battery. I, for one, Counselor, appreciate it when you read and you come prepared in the world of land development that you've been through and I've been through as well. We all know that steel sharpens steel.
Yes.
I can accept that.
Yep. Any further discussion on this?
Yes.
Oh, then you have the floor.
Well,
Me
I'm going to
too.
take care of
Pardon?
See if she's got some.
You have something, Councilor Arnold?
No, Counselor Corn can go first, but I just want to make sure I was noted.
Well, I'm going to tell you what.
Yes, I do have something.
I'm going to take you over Councilor Corn.
Oh, snap. Look at that. Thank you. First, I just have 2 questions. The first question is, do we have anything budgeted for fiscal year 23? Did you say this would start in fiscal year 24?
We have 0 in the budget for 23. 0.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, of course, because it hasn't even been voted on, but I know there's been talk about
It's probably
consideration.
going to make some people that are eligible for this program very unhappy.
Okay. So the next one, I just kind of want to make a statement regarding, I'm still in my probation period as well, and therefore I'm learning to assess personal opinions versus the betterment for the people. And I'm going to just ask this question directly. Mr. Mavers, is this a subsidy in any format?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time?
Is this a subsidy in any format? Is this in any way a government subsidy?
The way it's been structured and the way it's been written, it's my understanding, and I do not believe, and again, this is my opinion based on development, this is not a subsidy in any way, shape, or form. It is a reimbursement.
I would like to address that as a chair.
Okay.
Yep, you go ahead.
To your question, Councilor Arnold, the city had never reimbursed a developer for any infrastructure. And when you build your infrastructure in this community, you hand it over to the city persona non grata. They give you nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. So now this program comes in and does it. giving that money to the developer, I call it, is a subsidy in my world. And I will make full disclosure, I spoke in front of council in October of 21 with that same thing.
Okay.
Made that same statement that this is a subsidy of taking taxpayers' dollars that live in various portions of this community and giving it to certain individuals. And so to me, it is a subsidy, whether you want to call it that or not. When you're taking taxpayers' dollars and giving them to someone else, it's a subsidy. So I do not disagree with it. I mean, I am very strong on that. And I made the statement that, and I'll relive it again, that economics shall prevail. They stand on their own 2 feet. This is not a hand up. This is a hand out.
Okay.
Is what this has done. But I wasn't on the council at that point in time, and I made my voice, my opinion, and I will make full disclosure as well that I have a project south of town. And so I probably shouldn't be talking on this anymore, but this is a discussion item only, so there's no action at this point in time. But as this moves along, I will have to recuse myself from further discussion because I am going to apply for this free money, subsidy money.
Okay.
Just making it very clear. So
that being noted, I also, because I see it as a subsidy and I just wanted to ensure, but at the same time, I do understand that we have some issues in our community that need assistance. And I appreciate the solution-driven concepts that the city is attempting to come up with. But then like I said, I have to ensure how I feel about supporting. It's kind of like weighing the two. We have a housing shortage, but also I'm not, and I've made it clear, I'm not one that supports subsidies because I do believe in the market-driven concepts. And so I'm going to have to really think on this one. And I really appreciate Mr. Mavers going into it at depth. I do appreciate that you, Mr. Chair, have taken the time to try to make sure that there was a process established working with the members there. But there again, I just wanted to make sure that I was very aware of what I was looking at. But thank you for answering that so directly. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And Mr. Mavers has done a great job here in going through and spelling out this process from what council did not give him much direction when they did this back in October. And he's had to build this thing. And so, which is why we're going through this process, because there was no direction as to how to make this process work. And so he's done a very good job of explaining all of this out there. And so it's going to be up to you 9 other councilors to decide whether you're going to approve this or not and how it's going to work. And we know we have it based upon the preliminary budget. There is no money available in the budget for 23 because the preliminary budget, when we get to the end, has 0. And somebody's going to call me Nancy Pelosi again because I said something here. And
I had nothing to do with that.
I know you did, and I got set up on that. So, but I'm being very transparent about this whole thing. So, but this is what it is. This is what the council elected to do. And we've asked Mr. Mavers to go through it step by step, and he has done that.
Okay, so that leads me, I'm sorry, you did produce another question for me. So the council has already voted this in. It's already a system that we have. So there's nothing as far as I'm concerned. It's not going to go before council again, or what part will be going before council if it's just a discussion item right now?
The next item on the agenda is the reauthorization and funding resolution.
Okay, all right, thank you. I yield. Councilor Corn, it's your turn.
He forgot what he was going to ask now. He's got it.
So explain the MFR and SFR on the chart that we're looking at there?
Multifamily residential, single family residential.
Okay, very good. So my question, you guys have kind of beat me to the punch. Thank you very much.
Well, you can add to it as well.
Well, I'm just going to say that there's nothing in, that there was not a proposal brought to the finance committee to include this. I want that perfectly clear, correct?
It was not presented to your finance committee by any but one.
No. And I'm just, this is the second time I've had any briefing on this thing. And I'm not sure, I mean, I understand the thought that we need to increase housing in Roswell. But if you go back to your comments earlier about the marijuana, let the market decide. So if there is a demand and a need, then the market's going to respond to that. Now, we have a unique situation, in my opinion, of a development that's huge.
Yeah.
That's coming through, and we've already approved several of their sections.
4 units.
Yeah.
You've approved about 200 units so far.
Okay. So I mean, we got to do this another 5 times.
Depending on how many revisions, could be 10, 12.
Okay.
Maybe 15.
It started out at what, 20?
No, I think it was 16 or 18. I remember making a comment about that.
You know,
I don't want to do that many times.
my foggy mind and keep it simple. I don't want to take my shoes off and embarrass myself. So I guess if I'm following through, I've been sitting here very quietly. And I'm looking, I'm trying to get a graph. I still don't have my arms around this. So on that chart, you've got the gross receipts collected during construction.
Correct.
And we have property tax. And I think we all understand that we're 2 years out from the, because you don't start collecting property tax,
right,
I don't think, until it's sold.
Well, until the assessor gets it on the rolls at the proper amount, which could be 2 years, up to 3 years out.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, the property tax side of this thing, and I assume the figures that you've demonstrated here is the city's take on that.
It's the city's proportionate share, yes.
Not the whole.
No, not at all. I double checked with the county tax assessor, making sure I tried to get them as close to right as possible.
Well, and in another earlier discussion I had years ago, I was having a disagreement with the figure somebody else came up with, and I said, "You're close. I think I'm closer."
Okay.
And it was $100,000 off. So I guess that whatever we decide to do with this thing, because it's just a discussion item. So kind of 2 questions. You got to front load this thing.
Yes.
And that's what the $2 million for. So there's 2 parts to this question. First is where we're going to find the upfront $2 million as you estimate. Would $1 million be enough to get it kicked off? That's problem 1. Problem 2, is there a way, because this money that you're showing here that's going to be collected, is there some way we can intercept that and build a special fund for it so it's a better self-sustaining deal?
I believe you have the ability to do that within our structure as far as the budgeting and everything. You can allocate that money over into a certain.
Your GRT accounts reform, when it comes in, you don't know where it comes from.
No, but you would remove the proportional share out. I think that's what Councilor Corn is saying, is that it would be the equivalent of whatever our determination is. That money would go into a special account based on what our estimate is.
The one thing that's not shown on that chart up there also is and it would get way too complicated to try to figure it out, but keep in mind that any lots that are already developed, even if they're only partially developed, our GRT return is going to be identical. Okay. Our payouts, our income coming in is going to be identical. Our payouts, though, are going to be significantly lower. If you've got a subdivision already that's already got curb and gutter out there, maybe already has the first lift of pavement or anything else, well, they're not going to get reimbursed for all that. They'll get reimbursed for smaller, shorter sections, less development, but the $300,000 home is still going to go up there. That GRT is still going. So I did this based on the maximum amount of money that would be going out on a project basis. Okay, this would be the maximum going out. This was not, and to answer your other question, would $1 million be enough? As of right now, today, I could total it up, but I think I can do it pretty close to my head. Right now, today, we have 3 applications in, and I want to say those 3 applications total about $420,000. Okay.
That's assuming they get all those homes built.
That assumes they get all of them built, exactly. And that's
how many lots is that?
It would be, well, we'll have 30 brand new ground up construction, and then we have, I think, 17 partial construction. Okay. We do have a couple of other people that are interested for some multifamily stuff, but they're very small projects. Okay. We're only looking at probably, I think, a grand total of maybe 40 multifamily units being built. And again, keep in mind that you're only getting reimbursed for they're only getting reimbursed for the public improvements, their on-site driveways and everything else. That doesn't get reimbursed. So it's all based upon that proportionate share. So your return, even if these are smaller units, my guess would be you're probably going to have a construction cost of in the $200,000 range. So you're getting all of that GRT as well. But again, paying out less because you got less public improvements. Everything else is private on site. So it gets really complicated. And then, of course, what we're doing here and the cost of new construction being what it is, we're driving forward the development of all of our infill lots as well. And those generally will not be participating in this. We've got all kinds of stuff going up on Jason Allison right now has stuff going up over on North Montana and that area between Union and Montana, north of 19th there. That whole development between Jason Allison and who's the other developer? Freddie Nasrallah. That whole thing's going to be built out here in the relatively near future. And there's zero reimbursement of all of that, but we've got all kinds of $300,000 and $400,000 new homes going up in that area.
That's the Union and 19th.
Mm-hmm.
That area is vacant right now.
Yeah, correct. Now there is a big commercial right at the intersection there where Moppin and Brown's office is.
Right.
Okay, that's all commercial, but everything around it is single family residential. It's already mapped and most of the improvements are already in.
How about the one that's to the, I guess, to the south of Moppin and Brown? Was that the roads? The roads are already put in there.
Yeah, everything's, but immediately south of Moppin and Brown is commercial.
Yeah.
That's a commercial area. But to the immediate north and to the west is all single family residential. And although those improvements are already in.
They're all in.
They're already in. Yep.
Are they applying?
No.
Have they dedicated already?
Oh, yes. No, they've got, the only thing they would get reimbursement for, if anything at all, at this point would be sidewalks. That's it. That's all they can apply for. But as of right now, I believe Freddie Nasrallah has probably pulled permits on half a dozen different homes in that area. And Jason Allison has got another, well, he's finished up about 6 there and no reimbursement for anything. He never applied. And then he's picked up several more around that U-shaped subdivision that's right there as well. So we're seeing tremendous economic activity being generated just because of the discussion of this and the increasing costs of development. So, this program is having a benefit not only to entice brand new construction of new development, but it's also enticing an incentive. I hate the word incentive, but in a way it is. Without any payment out, without any subsidy attached to it, it is incentivizing new construction of existing lots and the existing developments. We're getting a lot more infill development than I think would have been possible previously.
We approved just recently a 3-unit 4-unit, excuse me, area on Jaffa and Union, I think.
Yes, correct.
With that project.
That is one of the projects I was talking about that they have expressed an interest, yes.
So what are they entitled to? Because you already got the streets there, you already got the water, may not have the water on the lot. So they're going to be wanting to get reimbursed for the water lines, and there's no sidewalk there. And the sidewalk?
There's no sidewalk there. I believe there's a portion, they're going to have to finish some pave out. And I believe portions of it do not have, I'll have to go back and look, but it's going to be you're going to end up, it was rezoned to R3. If I remember the overall proposal, it's for about 40 units. Okay? But the only thing they're going to get reimbursed for is what little they have left to do on Jaffa and the intersecting street there. So it's around the only thing they're going to get reimbursed for is a perimeter.
Well, maybe we're talking about two different projects, or maybe I'm cloudy. That unit because there's vacant lot been down there on that corner.
Right.
I believe it's Jaffa and Union.
Jaffa and Union.
I don't think it's Gale.
No, it's the north.
Doesn't matter, there's one there too.
Northwest corner of Jaffa and Union. You just approved a 4-unit subdivision.
Right.
Okay. Those 4 units though are multifamily lots.
Right.
Each one of those 4 units is going to have a small multifamily development on it. Okay. Single story. It's going to be, it's one of their families that have owned that property for years. I think it's brothers or uncle and nephew or something that owns it. But they are going to come in there with the first 3 of the 4 lots are going to be, there's going to be one single family home and then some multifamily attached housing. But we're going to get about 40 units out of those. They're going to be about 10 units on each parcel.
It's like that lot was that big.
Oh, they are. No, they're plenty big. They're plenty big.
But they're entitled to just on that particular project, and I'll go drive by there. Because it's in my district, been in my districts. Ever since I've been running for office. Under your matrix here, where does it fall in? Is it one of those, now that she's got you half covered up?
Okay. Could you close that?
Clean that up a little bit, please.
There you go. All right. You're starting at the very top.
Right.
Multifamily residential development. Now, the limiting factor though is not going to be the $5,000 maximum. The limiting factor is going to be the reimbursement amount eligible for the finishing off the perimeter. So we will calculate that based upon the front footage numbers that are in the MERP. So they'll get a reimbursement for their sidewalk that they're putting in. They'll get a reimbursement for if they have to do any curb and gutter, if the curb and gutter is there and they have to do any additional curb cuts, things like that. But all the basic infrastructure within the public right of way, we calculate that out, okay? And then that will be allocated based upon that particular lot, that particular parcel.
So instead of 5,000, they're going to get reimbursed maybe 3 of it.
If they're lucky on this particular case, because that's there's just not a whole lot of front footage because everything's done internally. You don't have public streets. Now, and that may be completely different though there's another project on the cat corner from that on the south, that would be the southeast corner. There's another project, much narrower lots, much smaller lots. Okay. These parcels, I think, are in the 4,000 square foot range. They're talking about deeper, and they're talking about doing townhomes. Okay. But each townhome is only going to have about a 40-foot frontage. Okay. So you'll have a common lot line. So it'll look like a duplex, but they'll actually be for sale townhomes. Okay. But you only got about 25 feet of frontage. So each one, instead of getting their $5,000 for the duplex, is probably in that particular case, they're probably $2,000 to $3,000 max.
A little project
per unit. Once we break it all out and put everything back together. So it's I say it's a complex series of calculations, but we want to make sure that the reimbursement, the maximum reimbursement amount is tied to the public improvements. Okay, that's the cap that gets on it, up to either 5,000 or 10,000, and then it stops.
Any further discussion?
Well, this is a discussion item. We'll get into the weeds at another time.
We're going to move right into the weeds.
Yeah, we're going to jump right into the weeds. That was why we wanted to have the discussion first, because the weeds come next.
So the next item is the reauthorize resolution 22-XX. I guess XX is, would that be 2220?
Whatever number they attach to it.
And until it gets ready to go forward to the city council, our city clerk declines to assign it a number.
Okay.
So you get, everything is 22XX until it's not.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So reauthorize the municipal infrastructure reimbursement program. Consider recommending adoption of proposed resolution to provide for partial reimbursement for the construction of required municipal infrastructure.
Don't have that in my.
It would be page 197.
How about I go from 178 to 199?
I'm going backwards.
Figure out what you're doing.
Just to ask a question and point here, because we are not satisfied with our process. Should we be even talking about this until we get our process satisfied?
Mr. Chair,
Case in point.
I would follow your lead on this. However, I would state that I would like to make some of the adjustments, and I would also like to go back and work on the financials a little bit better so that we can give you a more closer number of what we estimate. Because again, we have 2 million in this document, $2 million to allocate. And as we've all stated, we don't know if there's the money there in order to cover that. So I would rather have that closer to the number.
Okay.
And I would like to have finance determine exactly where we think the money would come from. Whether we follow Councilor Corn's idea about setting up a separate fund,
right,
or exactly what this is. And I apologize. I think it's going to make it a little bit tougher on our current applications, but
sounds like they're
anyway, we can put forward something that's.
I'm going to let Mr. Mevers talk to the current applicants so that he can take that phone.
I think Mr. Mevers has done a wonderful job with that.
Well, none of these projects, they've applied, right?
Correct.
But none of them have been granted yet.
We have 2 applications in hand.
We actually have a total of 3 applications.
3 applications.
3 applications.
We
They are standing in
not
line.
put them forward because what we wanted to do was shore up the understanding of the program prior to bringing them forward. And then as we were discovering, we found that the reauthorization of the MERV would be the most appropriate process to follow moving forward. And we wanted to try to attach a funding source to it. And I think that conversation, again, I would not, I guess based on the information that I've heard tonight, I would never recommend you to send us forward with $2 million in it.
I would send it to.
We're a little bit fortunate that because of the way we've set this up, that there's no disbursement until the home is completed. Now, knowing that too, well, we have nobody's going vertical on homes yet. Okay, well, maybe there's one going vertical on homes. All right. But the other 2 projects, brand new ground up construction, they are under construction. They're out there turning dirt. They're putting in their concrete, putting in their infrastructure, but there's no homes going vertical. So we do have a little bit to work out the rest of the kinks based on your input here.
At best, I would say little, because I think we do owe those applicants a response.
We do.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
We do. So because this is in place, so they need to know.
So if it would please the committee, I would ask that you continue this item to a date certain, like a month from now. I think that should be enough time for us to work out some additional details.
I don't disagree with that, but what's going to happen is it's probably going to go to after Marshall leaves here, it's going to go to finance.
I know, and it's already, I actually have to pull it off of the finance agenda. I was hoping things would, because of the time frame and because of advertising requirements, it's much easier for me to go ahead and assume a very positive outcome and go, and the way the schedule now is, you go legal, 1 week later is finance, 1 week later is city council.
Right.
So I have to put things on the agenda and then remove them.
And that's when I get called Nancy Pelosi, when you remove them.
It's true. So if it's acceptable, I would ask that we.
I'm going to follow Ms. Need and Mr. Neighbors.
I do have one more question.
You have a question on it. Go right ahead.
Yeah, no, not on that, but back to one that I forgot about because of the fog. So how, this is a reimbursement, so we're actually giving money to someone. So you get back into, at least my mind goes, to the anti-donation clause. And then I guess your answer is going to be, are we getting enough, we, the city council, getting enough added value to justify the criteria for the anti-donation clause?
Yeah, I think that is the analysis. I'll say one, there is a case out there, not exactly on point, but it does discuss the concept that the city would invest or pay money for public infrastructure. And that's not a donation according to at least an opinion out there. Again, it's not exactly on point to this situation because this is a very innovative thing. But to your point, yes, we're not subsidizing in the sense of we are reimbursing not to the full value of what it is. So in the sense, we're getting a good value for from that point of view.
We're not even close to reimbursing full value. We are at best, depending on the size of the lot, 50% of current construction costs.
I liken it a little bit differently in that the justification is we have a contractual agreement, a development agreement that says, you do this, we do this.
Right.
Same thing that we'll do with the church on the property is that you do this, we do this. Habitat for Humanity the same way.
Yeah.
So that is, I guess I simplify it by calling it a contractual relationship in order to establish outside of that anti-donation. And then there are specific things in the law that are allowed for certain pieces. So,
Well, it's back to your agreement.
yeah.
You do it right.
And I haven't seen one of those, so.
We do this, we do that, and that's all. It's just, you get away from it.
And so you get to determine as the elected official if the justification is appropriate.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, once again, I appreciate the discussion. I still don't have it firmly worked out, but we'll work on it.
I think it's a solution in there. It's just going to be, how does it work for everybody and move this thing forward? Because we have been saddled, previous council saddled us with this issue of how to fund this thing and where's it going to come from? So
Funding is the one issue I think is going to be the biggest challenge, but as far as I think you all are beginning to see the way I work and the way I look at things. I was advised a long time ago by a very wise older man not to fall in love with what I do because it will change. It will have to be amended. It will have to be updated because markets change, ideas change, attitudes change. So this kind of discussion is incredibly helpful because it helps me focus my efforts to make sure that I come back with something that everybody can hopefully agree to.
Yeah, but I think it's, we'll get there. We're going to get there.
All right, so we're going to postpone.
We're going to postpone this. Will next legal meeting allow you enough time to get that done?
Yes.
I don't see any reason why not.
I think we need to do
Postpone
items 10 and 11.
items 10, which is the discussion only.
Well, we have to, it probably wouldn't hurt to just reopen the discussion, especially if we make significant changes in the way we do things.
I would say if we're going to reauthorize the program, we're going to fix the program within that document. And so it'll still be one item.
Okay.
I don't think it has to be separate.
I agree.
We didn't do it separate before.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
So
Postpone it till next legal meeting.
Okay.
Legal meeting. Next item on the agenda is conditional use permits. Are you prepared to talk about that? Fine.
I think he's prepared to let me talk about them.
Sleight of hand over there on that.
Just a question that, do we need a motion to postpone?
Legally, I think.
Formally, yes, I consider this sort of a unanimous consent situation. Everybody, I don't know if you need a formal vote.
Okay.
Lesser.
Should we check with Counselor Arnold?
Yeah.
He's been awful quiet.
Yeah.
I've been listening. It's a lot to take in.
So do we need that motion?
I would recommend, just because you've done it on a previous.
Yeah, let's make a motion.
Just take the action.
Yeah. Do I have a motion
To postpone.
to postpone item number
11.
Item number 11 with the resolution 2020 XX on the reauthorization of the merger.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Second.
We got a
Any
second.
discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. There being none, motion passes.
Okay.
Okay, now you get to go on to conditional use permits.
Well, Mr. Chair and committee members, the item 12, you all have actually set me up quite well for this one because you've had a number of different discussions about needing to shore up the language in the municipal code, needing to shore up language, need to find close gaps. And the discussion on conditional use permits is going to center on that subject 100%. In the past year, I've had the opportunity to look at our municipal code and in particular the zoning and development codes. And I have discovered a significant number of areas, a significant number of areas where we need to shore up our code, reword the code, in many cases throw certain things out because markets have changed and the way business is done has changed. But the most glaring omission in our code right now is our ability to enforce the code. Okay? And when I went back and Councilor Oropesa has been working with me, I think since the first week I got here last year over a conditional use permit on a property in his ward. I've been taking phone calls from the former Mayor Jennings on a number of issues around town relative to enforcement of zoning codes and regulations. Councilor Arnold has brought a couple of things to my attention. Councilor Perry. All of this is telling me that we need to do not just amend certain sections of it. At some point, we need to move forward with a full-blown rewrite, a full-blown update of our zoning and development code. But to get started, the issue with conditional use permits, I want to go give some background so y'all have some understanding why conditional use permits and SUPs exist, what their purpose is, and why we need to, this particular section needs to be, we need to put in place certain mechanisms that will allow us to enforce the decisions that the planning commission and the city council are making. So
you keep hitting the wrong button.
Well, I must have mine set up at home differently than this one. It's working wrong here, so anyway, so we're going to have this discussion now, but as I just told you, the zoning ordinance itself is in a desperate need of a number of amendments to address dramatic increases in development activity in the city. One of the things we're finding as we go through the individual zones, and one of the reasons you're getting so many, the planning commission is getting even more variances than you guys have seen, variance requests, is because we aren't even, our base zoning and development code has not been updated in so long. It doesn't know how to deal with a post-pandemic marketplace. We're getting new people coming in with new ideas, new projects, and we're having to go, well, it's kind of like that or sort of like this, or it's just not in there. There's no way to make anything other than a subjective decision. We need to turn this thing around and have more objective decisions than subjective decisions. So infill development throughout the city, there's conflicts that will arise between existing residents and their businesses. You all have been privy to, over the past 6 months, we've had a number of appeals that have gone on decisions that have gone before. We've been fortunate. Most of the time, we've been able to work them out before they get to the city council, and we come to the city council with solutions. That's part of my office being proactive and acting as a mediator between the parties. We try to work that out. But the fact is, those conflicts are going to become increasing in severity and increasing in number if we don't do something. Okay. Hey, the city has just shown a desire to become more business friendly. It's, I think it was a hallmark of a number of our new councilors campaigns, okay, and wishes to encourage and facilitate new development types as well as provide new business, recreation, and entertainment options. However, it is impossible or impractical to attempt to anticipate the variety of development opportunities. We got wonderful entrepreneurial people out there that are coming up with new ideas almost every single day. Okay? You also want to be able to facilitate, I've been working with Main Street Roswell. When you get into areas of what we call adaptive reuse, where we take an existing building and repurpose it, and that requires tremendous flexibility of thought, but it also requires a program that allows us to implement it. So we don't want to stifle creativity. We don't want to stifle the vision. We certainly don't want to stifle the marketplace, but we want to provide a framework that allows for more objective decisions, objective decision making. Okay. So provide you with definitions because it's not in our zoning code right now. There are no definitions for a conditional use for
1914 as well.
I'm afraid not.
Could be 1962.
Yeah. You know, it's but I went through. So this definition was taken. I actually went back and there's this wonderful document put out by the American Planning Association, Planner's Dictionary. So I pulled the definition right out of there, made some minor modifications, but it's a type of development permit. It is a permit issued by the Planning and Zoning Commission, or in the case of the our cannabis ordinances, by the City Council, that authorizes the recipient to make use of property in accordance with the requirements of this ordinance, as well as any additional requirements or conditions of approval imposed. Now, that's the key word, the conditions of approval. Something that has not happened effectively in this city is the utilization of conditions of approval for projects. Okay, we are growing our list. We are developing it. We're putting things out. You saw for all of the aggravation that we had in trying to figure out what to do with the cannabis ordinance. It was a wonderful test bed for a lot of things. And so I'm teaching my staff how to write conditions of approval, how to determine how to think ahead about what might need, and we're taking input from the community as well. Is what's appropriate. One of the things you would have seen, we just had one of our applicants come through with a proposed development. Well, it was appealed, the development for the solar array. And there was a lot of discussions about perimeter fencing. And they wanted to put in a traditional wood fence, which we all know around here is not going to last very long. It's not going to provide the security needed and everything else. And we came back and because of input from the surrounding community, we amended that particular condition of approval to require either concrete panels, steel panels, or CMU or block of one type or another with pilasters. A little more visually appealing, much more secure, and it'll last in the sun as well. So you don't have the maintenance requirements. They moaned and groaned about the upfront cost, but eventually said, if that's what it takes, that's what we'll do. So the CUP, again, is a specific approval for land that's been determined to be more intense for a land use. That's the one thing, a term that I want everybody to become very familiar with. The CUP is for the land use. How are we going to utilize that property? How are we going to allow that private property owner to develop their property, hopefully to its highest and best use? So it's been determined to be more intense or have a potentially greater impact than a traditionally permitted use or a special use. So you have tiers of development. We have our, what we call by right development. I've got an R1 property. I've got it's zoned, it's designed for single family. I come in with my 2,500 square foot home. I meet all the setback requirements. Boom, you got your permit, go build. Okay. I come in though with something slightly different. Oh, maybe I need a home office. Maybe I need an area that there's an ADU or a DADU. Well, that's a little more of an intense use on that, on top of that. So we'd be looking at a special use permit or converting an existing church to a dance studio or a community center or something like that. Slightly different uses, but again, not a dramatic change in intensity. But we need to look at it a little closer for an SUP. The CUPs, again, they require much more detailed looking at and much greater potential for enforcement conflicts. So there we go. Again, special provisions and conditions of approval. Okay, unless otherwise authorized by the Planning and Zoning Commission, any special provisions or conditions of approval imposed on a specific project must be satisfied. And this is where I am taking into account Council Orapace's serious concerns about certain projects. When this is implemented, your provisions, your special provisions under an SUP or your conditions of approval, if they are construction related, must be done, must be completed, must be signed off by before they receive that certificate of occupancy and they move forward. That's nowhere in our code right now. That's why you've got flexibility and why you get projects that are half done or 3/4 done. And then we have no way to go back and say, hey, do it, because we have no enforcement ability. Okay. Here we get into enforcement. This is the key reason for updating the CUP and the SUP section. Okay. In addition to providing for the new types of development and providing mitigation measures to minimize any adverse impacts. There's another word that I would like the council to become very familiar with, and it's mitigation measures. Okay. We had a big discussion over before you all were elected, over the Crumlin Auto Group's project. And we had an old determination that was made 20 years ago that talked about a buffer zone. There's no such thing in the development world as a buffer zone. Okay, your zone, if you have a zone, it's got to be developable under the requirements of that zone. Okay, what was given to the Crumlin properties 20 years ago was not that, but it was an attempt to satisfy concerns of the neighbors. I came in, I completely changed the narrative, worked with the neighbors and came up with mitigation measures. The end result was the same, right? That the primary facilities were built far enough away. We had the downturn lights, we have additional landscaping, we have nice block walls separating, all of that other good stuff. But now I have a property that is zoned 100% C2, okay, as opposed to half the property is zoned C2 and a big chunk of the property is zoned R3, and your lending agencies are going, what's this all about? Why do I have a split zone on a single piece of property that I want to encumber so somebody can go build $10 million for the facility? Okay. So, again, mitigation measures versus buffer zones. We have a couple of things. Buffer zones can be used effective, but the thing to remember is that a buffer is designed to place a break between high intensity uses and lower intensity. So in most cases, what you do is you'll step down the level of intensity. That's the proper use of a buffer zone, to step down intensity, not as a break between intensities. All right. The SUP and the CUP, again, it creates an enforcement mechanism to allow the community development department, either our planning and zoning division or our code enforcement division, to the ability to enforce the special uses and provisions of conditions of approval. One of the other problems that we've had since about the second month I was here, we lost our CZO. He went to work for Albuquerque, our certified zoning officer. Okay, we now have one. I applied about 6 months ago. I finally got it. I'm an official CZO, so I am the primary zoning enforcement officer now in the city. Okay. I've got other people that are coming up, but right now I am the primary CZO. Okay. The ability to enforce the special conditions and conditions of approval. Now, this is important. Such enforcement may include penalties and fines up to and including denial of the permit, suspension, revocation, or surrender. All three of those. And now what we've done is, by putting the CUP in place, we've now made this a zoning enforcement action. It's not a court action.
Right.
Okay, so we have the right now to come in and say, sorry, guys, you're not doing your thing. I'm pulling your permit.
Right.
I'm revoking your permit. I'm revoking your license to do business because without your CUP, you no longer have this, and shut it down. Okay, it does become a long, ongoing, onstanding discussion and feud. Well, it might, but they can always appeal the decision of the zoning enforcement officer, but it gives us, they have to appeal our decision. It's not, we have to prove our decision. Completely different way of looking at things and enforcing things. Okay, path forward on this. Okay, authorize the community development director to draft an amendment to the zoning ordinance amending section 8. This is what needs to be done to include additional provisions for special use permits and conditional use permits. I'll need to present that, this order of operations here, because this is a land use documented by state law and local ordinance. Land use decisions are vested in your planning and zoning commission. So an amendment to our zoning and development code goes to the planning and zoning commission first. We work out all the details there. Once they're done and they're satisfied, they move it, because this will be an ordinance amendment. It will come back to the legal committee. You've got to take a run at it. And then beyond that, we'll take it on up to city council for ratification and inclusion. And that would be our path forward.
It has to go through the public.
What's that?
It has to be advertised for public hearing.
At least twice, three times technically, if these meetings are open to the public as well. So it would be at the planning and zoning commission advertised. It would be at the legal committee, and then on to city council for 2 readings, because it's an ordinance amendment. So it'll go twice.
I don't have any questions in general. I'm just from the fact that there you go, Councilor Pressey opened a can of worms that has been sitting on the shelf for 40 years. And I'm glad that you did that, so that we're coming up to speed where we need to be. And I think I've had discussion with Mr. Need as well about looking at all of the ordinances that we have, and then that we have some teeth inside these ordinances, and also reviewing some of the other fees we talked about, the developer fees as well, because those are sitting way too small in today's world. They're not even inflationary.
I'll give you a preview of coming attractions. Expect that next month, your full planning and zoning fee, your traditional, will come to you for review. That's already been drafted. It's sitting there. And I've got our chief building official, Miller Butts, right now calculating all of our current fees and attempting to calculate how much time and effort is actually being spent on those as well. We have a major deficit in terms of effort expended, especially on inspections and plan check and things, that is in no way correlated to the fees that we're charging. And I know that if, unfortunately, and this is not just Roswell, this is everywhere I've ever worked, that until you make it painful to be sloppy, either in your plans and designs or in the field, things don't change.
No.
So can I just ask you a question now? As far as the planning and zoning commission is concerned, because they're statutorily set up, not through city council or whatever, what kind of impact do they have as far as legality, as far as language, such as the one that you should present?
Well, they'll have full input on the way. I've already asked them, in fact, at the last meeting, I gave them a preview, assuming that y'all would give me direction to go ahead and move forward with this. I gave them a preview and I let them know that they should start thinking and talking amongst themselves and come back to us with those particular sections they wanted us to start focusing on. I did let them know, though, that it was highly likely that we'd be moving forward with the conditional use permit. So we will draft the ordinance in a manner that works well with our current ordinance and will meet what I believe the council has directed us to try to achieve with all of this, which is close a number of those loopholes, provide additional ability for enforcement and all the other things. I will draft that originally, and they will have their chance to look at it and review it. They'll provide their input, and then they will recommend it to the legal committee. And then again, because it's an ordinance, it'll end up in front of the city council, and you'll all have your final say. So it'll get tweaked all the way along, just like every other ordinance that we do. It'll just start where it's supposed to, which was with our Planning and Zoning Commission, because they're the ones that are charged with implementation.
Okay.
I think just an overall a comment as well, is I think that the city staff's got a large task at hand, bringing us up to where we need to be today. And it's not through their neglect. I think it's just been something that just hasn't been a priority, whatever it is, but we're going to bring us up to where we need to be today. And so.
Well, it's actually a good.
I'm excited. I think for everybody that lives in this community, it's the right thing to do for them as well.
It's actually a very good sign, because of what it is it's indicative of the amount of activity, economic activity that we've got. If we had no economic activity, we wouldn't be having these problems. There'd be no need to do anything. And the reason it's sat around for so long is because Roswell's been in a relative economic slump for quite some time. We're pulling out of that now. We're getting new stuff coming in. I know the agendas at City Council are growing, but if you look at the agendas for the Planning and Zoning Commission, I've had nights where we've had 14, 15, 16 items on the agenda. And when I got here a year and a half ago, we canceled two meetings because of complete lack of activity.
Yeah.
So the changes that we've made, becoming more business friendly, becoming more proactive in the way we're doing things, becoming much more rational in the way we listen to new projects coming, and quite honestly, starting to turn things around in a time frame that's much more acceptable to our development community. We're seeing the results of all those efforts over the past year.
Yes, sir, Council Corn.
So explain to me, you go to somebody that's got a cup and you say, you're a nice guy. You say, you got 2 weeks to clean up ABC. They go, what are you going to do? So you go back in your whatever time frame you give them. I trust that this is where you're going to do. Everybody needs a chance to clean up their act.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you pull their certificate or their business license, whatever you can find to gather up. So how do they explain to me the process that you see, how they can get that reinstated?
Typically, as part of the negotiation process, what would happen is we'll follow our traditional code enforcement guidelines in terms of notification, you're not operating well, give them an appropriate time to correct, make the corrections. The last thing we wanted to be accused of course, is not giving everybody people make mistakes, okay? And we appreciate that people make mistakes, but sometimes we have groups that are just blatantly flaunting the ordinances. So there is going to be some subjectivity on how we do that. We always would rather, as we've shown with an appeal or anything else, I would rather resolve the problem before it ever gets to you. That's always our goal. But at some point, we're going to have to realize that there are certain people in our town that just aren't going to get their act together unless we yank their permits and we actually shut them down. We shut them down.
Well, and I understand that.
Right.
I mean, 15 years, I learned that lesson well. But my question is, you come in and they've gone through, you sent them a letter, they had 30 days to bring whatever it is they're doing up to standard or up to the agreement, whatever the issue is. And so you come get my permit, say, give me your paperwork. Out the door you go. Okay, so I go, oh, this guy is serious. I guess we better address and clean up our act. So what's the next step for me as the guy that you just took my permits off the wall, for instance, and carried them off and said, see ya. So what's my process? Do I have to start over from square one?
No.
I promise you that I'll be a good boy this time?
It will be, what we will do is we'll look at it the same way we look at our condemnations and other things. There will be a violation that will be issued. They will have the opportunity to correct that violation without any penalty. Okay. If they do not correct it, then we yank their permits. They still have the responsibility before they get their permits back to correct the violation. They can, of course, appeal that decision by the.
So back up.
Okay.
Hold on a minute, because we got an alphabet soup here.
Okay.
So you are going to be authorized under these changes as the guy.
As the guy.
And then you have to follow the wishes and desires of the P and Z.
Correct.
Right? So do I come back to the P and Z or do I go talk to my city councilor, one of our patients?
It depends on what level the violation, it's going to depend on the level of violation and how long it takes you to correct it. Okay. If you, let's say we have to do the ultimate thing, we have to yank permits. Okay. You immediately freak out and, oh my God, I'm sorry. I didn't think you were serious.
Oh, I'm going to just call you this.
All our doors are always open. Come on in. Depending on what it is, pull your permits to correct that violation. Maybe it's a construction violation. Maybe it's a development violation. Pull those permits, make the corrective changes in less than 6 months, and your CUP is still active. If you're shut down and you're not utilizing your CUP, then you become a non-conforming use and you start all over.
Okay, so I come to the P and Z board.
Yeah, you'd have to go back there eventually. Now, of course, what anyone can do, let's say I run out there and we shut somebody down, we issue the notice of violation. We say, you have got to correct all of these things. Okay?
And you're the guy that goes out.
And I'm the guy that's going to issue the letters. I'll be the guy that takes the heat. That's my responsibility. Toby takes enough heat over the condemnations and code enforcement issues. I'll deal with the zoning enforcement issues. But again, the way our code is structured and the way it'll be in there will be an appeal process. That will be part of the language. In fact, if you look at chapter 27 right now, which is our cannabis ordinance, you'll see there's not only a violation and permit removal process, but there's also an appeal process in there. So you do have the opportunity to appeal any decisions either to the city manager's office. Let's say if I come in and I make a decision and you completely disagree with it, you have the ability to appeal. But that's not going to get you your permit back until he agrees that, oh, Kevin was out of control, knock it off. And he'll take me in the back room and smack me around a little bit. But however, if
it's Thursday, it happened twice today. I think what Kevin's saying as well too is that you will establish that process within it as to how we're going to move it through.
Well, I understand. Yeah. He's going to go over and he's going to draft this thing up. So I'm trying to get a feel for how I would like to see it structured before they make a decision and then bring it back over up to us. And then we got 3 pages of amendments.
Well, tell you what you might want to do then is in advance, because obviously we'll be taking feedback from all over. Okay, in advance, take a look at our cannabis ordinance. Take a look at the section on the permitting, the revocation of the permits, and the appeal process. It's already all in. The cannabis ordinance was our test bed.
Let me ask you to do one better. Why don't you put a little report together and send it out there?
I can do that too.
Have an idea what it's going to look like.
I can do that.
I'm just telling you that, there's the cop that writes you the ticket, and you, as the motorist, can generally make a decision if you're going to mail it in or if you're going to go see the judge.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, it's out of the police officer's hands and it's in the court's hands. And then you have a hearing and all that other stuff. Very clear, precise process.
Yep.
You make decision A or B. If you go B, then you got to come to court more than once because you got to come in and say, I want to see the judge. And so you have to schedule it and you have to come back to court. That's the kind I like to be very focused. I want to streamline as much as possible, get the timelines tight and a clear path. Mm-hmm. So everybody understands that your first option is to go see the city manager or go to the P&Z or city council, or just take it, pass, don't pass go, don't collect $200, take us all to district court. Because they're the ultimate, I mean, that's the last step.
That's always an option for everybody, is district court. But I have, in fact, Joe, I think I can do one better for, I actually have a draft of the ordinance already put together.
Well.
And so I can go ahead and send that out as well, as I utilized your concerns as a mechanism for putting the draft ordinance together. So I've already got it partially worked out. I can send it to you and I get your feedback.
You're asking for direction, so that's what I'm trying to give you.
All right.
Fair enough?
Fair enough. Okay.
So.
Okay, what's left?
What's left is staff reports.
We've got them to read, Mr. Chairman. I accept this.
Well, I don't want to deny the staff the opportunity if they wish to make a presentation on their. Both having to speed it up, and I don't know if that was a speed up or not.
Well, there wasn't. Well, no, and this, you know, this stuff we need to spend some time on.
It was good information. Let's consider the source of the speed up.
I'm not, and I don't want to deny any of these staff members. Departments.
I will say for the legal department, the last 4 or 5 hours have given you a pretty good taste of what the legal department's had its fingers in over the past month.
So you're satisfied with that as your report for today?
The meeting itself is my report.
Okay, and I see from the clerk's office, and then you want to add anything else to the report? Nope. So, okay, now we will ask, that being done on the HR, I guess we're still having difficulty hiring people. We got 74 positions open.
We hire every day.
Yeah. So, I mean, police officers are on.
I just signed paperwork on 2 additional ones in the last week.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Hey, that's moving the right direction.
That's going the right way. So, okay, let's push the screen up so we can see if there's any public participation.
Oh, we got a couple.
Anyone care to participate? We're calling for public.
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Perry here. No, since you've moved past that item, we'll wait and discuss on the next one. Thank you.
Well, and just so you an explanation to you, Councilor Perry, that we waited for you, and I was not going to have this discussion on that item without your participation.
Not a problem. I was on the call for 2.5 hours, and then when it was moved later into it, I just could not wait any longer. I had a 2-hour drive I had to make and would not have cell service, so I had to leave at that time.
Yeah.
So it wasn't from trying not to be for sure.
Yeah, we took a long
but
time.
No problem.
Okay, I just want to we're trying to offer you that opportunity to participate, and that's why we moved it. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public participation? Going on. This meeting shall be adjourned.